Well, we are finally back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, I just hit my mic. I need to be careful, but again, you guys don't need to be careful. You guys need to be excited because you know what? The Mythic Showdown Season 2 is back, and I really love Ashley's new look. It's very innocent, you know. Oh, but I'm just getting distracted. Never mind that. But again, ladies and gentlemen, you know, the Swiss stage is over, the wild card is over, and everything before the round robin has been finally winded off, and now we will finally reach to the round robin, the main platform, you know, the place where everything either makes or breaks, because we have the top 8 of the Mythic Showdown Season 2, right, Ash? The top 8 teams which actually survived the storm. If I make a mistake, then you're supposed to correct me, okay? So we have SATUL, Rntx, Sacred Shine, Elusivity, Crux, Requiem, Noctura, Daku, Sena, Yama Esports, and
Yeah, over. It's 8.
okay. Oh, that's 8. That's 8. My bad. Yeah. I was trying to count a ninth. I mean, I was like, hey, I'm bad in maths or what? I don't know, but hey, I hope you're not bad in casting, right? Because today the games are so exciting. I mean, you know, we have been talking about this one. This is like, I think Yama Esports, they didn't think they would meet such a tough opponent this early into the round robin, but hey, you cannot actually have everything fulfilled, right? So it's gonna be the first game between, or the first match between team Sacred Shine versus Yama Esports. So why don't you just give us a bit background of this team? You know, how do you see them, at least, or how do we all see them into this tournament, Ash?
Team Yama Esports, these guys are so good, you can say, because from the elite leaderboards, they tried their best from the wild card, if you will actually see. And from the wild card, they top the table and then comes to the Swiss stage. And in Swiss stage, they have a lot of, like hindrance, a lot of backlashes, but then also they fight it so well. And now they're here as the 7th team of the round robin. And they're going to play with the top team of the round robin who never lost a single game in the Swiss stage. They were in the 2-0 bracket, then they played the 2-0 bracket and went to the round robin. They're the first team who went to the round robin. So do the Yama, becoming the last team. So this is the match between top dog versus underdog, you can say. But for me, Yama Esports is not an underdog right now. They have earned this place, the spot into the round robin. And if they will do their best, they will be earning the spot into the LAN as well. I mean, top 4 mark for Yama Esports. I'm not gonna say it in a normal way. SATUL already said like Yama Esports is so strong in the scrims. They're actually playing good, and they love to play against Yama. So if top teams like SATUL, Sacred Shrine, Rntx, everybody is saying like Yama Esports is the rising star. So whom I am to say anything about them? And
Yeah, you're nobody. You're absolutely nobody. We know. Yeah, we know. You're nobody.
In here, Sacred Shine is something like currently they're unbeatable. They're in a 9 out of 10 win streak, and if they win this tournament, it will be 10 out of 10. And nobody is there who can actually break their synergy or break their strategy or their mind. So if Yama Esports can do these things out of blue, then it will be a biggest thing in the Mythic Showdown Season 2. Everybody's eyes right now on this match.
Hey, I think out of the blue might be a bit too stretch because every move that they need to make has to be calculative at this point. But guess what? We are already into the drafting stage. We can see the bans out there. The Baxia and the Fredden along with the Grandeur has already been banned just to pick up the Kimi, one of the most comfortable hero for the side of Team Sacred Shrine. I would say Bid always so lethal with that. But
I mean, I'll not accept this segment. Vale also good with the Kim. Sorry, man.
Let me get there. I said one of the, not the only one. Hey, man, just let me get there. I think, you know, the main reason why they go with this Kimmy is for the fact that they really protect this Kimmy a lot well. They take 4 beefy or tanky heroes, which can really protect this Kimmy, well run it off. So it's very difficult to reach to the back line. And at the same time, you can see that the side of Team Yama Esports, they're banning of the Lancelot, Hayabusa, and the CC to pick up the not the Esmeralda actually, to pick up the I was about to say the Esmeralda should be a good pick, but it's like, you know, they're going for the Lapu Lapu as well as the Hilda, which are very shield reliant heroes. So this is a very good counter pick from the side of Team Sacred Shrine, of course, because the Hilda, again, a good flex in this meta, can be really good against the laning phase when she is paired up against the Lapu Lapu, of course. They're letting go of the Grok, so I would say a really strong start from the side of Team Sacred Shiny, I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for the, the Arlot yet. I think that is a hero that might get banned in the second half, but at the same time, I think
No.
a lot of the good heroes were left open, and because of
Okay.
that, the Zushin will be coming through. So it's a Zushin versus the Kimi matchup. So Wile, even though you mentioned like he is equally good like Bid onto those Kimi, but I think his hero pool really revolve around a lot more than that, right?
Yeah, he can to go for the Eve. He can go for the Lilia as well. Sometimes I haven't seen him playing the Lilia. So having this Jushin is a real counter for the Kimi. You know, like the early phase, it will be the Kimi having the snowball, but then you can actually contribute into the team fights, and you can actually give some hindrance to the Brock as well as their if they are trying to go for something tanky. But as far as I know, Van, he'll go for the assassin. But talking about the Hilda pick and not the Arlot, it's more like the Hilda is suitable in the EXP lane at this point, and he can actually counter out the CC, the Lapu, the Esma as well. So I'm not sure this Esmeralda pick from Team Sacrishine is to counter the Lapu, because if you're going for the goal lane, then I believe it is a good pick. As Team Yama Esports, I believe Toby is right now onto that Lapu Lapu, and Dark is onto the Hilda. What do you think?
I think it's gonna be a Hilda roam at this point, because I think Abyss TZ is really flexing that onto the roam a lot more. Because for Dark, he likes those, playmaking kind of heroes, and for Toby, yeah, he can play the Lapu Lapu. I think that is one of his staple pick. If he's not getting the Grandeur, then that hero too can really work well for him. He likes to play aggressive, and that aggression can be seen through the Lapu Lapu as well. Because if you build him in the damage path, then you get a very good amount of damage. At the same time, you can regen back quickly because of that. So in a way, it's a good thing. But again, you can see the heroes getting banned. But one thing which I want to stress out here, Clutch TZ, aka Raren, is actually going up against his old teammates, right? His old lineup. And this might be the very first time that we are looking at this one, right? Because I think the stakes are very high, and I want to see how does he perform, because his team knows a lot about him and he knows a lot about his old teammates, right? So in a way, it's a win-win situation, I would say, or no.
Actually, Shiri, you can tag it as the land jungler versus the online phase jungler.
Okay.
Because Raren is the land jungler for Sacrishine, and Van always playing the online phase. So this is like they banned out both the junglers metas, the Hayabusa, Lancelot, Fanny, a targeted ban, and Guiri as well, a targeted ban to Van Satoru. And from Sacrishine, they're going for the targeted ban onto each and every hero of Raren. But the Baksha, the Ranger ban is situated for that Toby's. But there you go. He will be playing the game for himself as a jungler of Assassin, that is the Ishan Shin. He'll be taking out that hero pull of Van Satoru, leaving out the Joy for him. Can he go for it? No, he's going with the Suyu. My goodness. And this is the Yuzong EXP or a gold. What do you think?
I think it's a Yuzong EXP most likely, because Romcom would be much happy to use that hero. And for Fade, I think his Esmeralda would be much more better, because I think this Lapu Lapu 2 is a gold lane, so it's a very good laning matchup if you look at it. And for Dark, he can still go for the Arlot 50-50, I would say, in terms of laning. But apart from that, he can go for something like the Thamus as well, because I think the Thamus have been really good. At least in the early game, the Thamus can really perform very nice and very good. But no, they are actually flexing that Lapu Lapu onto his Dark, who's equally good on this hero, if not, the best, I would say. But at the same time, the Nathan, one of those heroes that can really scale up to the late game. So I like the fact that, they're going for a utility mage and a damage goal laner. So it kind of really balance out the draft, because there are 3 utilities now, with the Lapu Lapu being on the EXP lane, the Ascension scales, the Nathan scales as well. So in a way, I think it's a very late game kind of draft that they're going for. The early game would just be the Lapu Lapu. So what are your thoughts?
2 MMs in a single team. Not so happy with the picks here from Yama in the last phase, but it's fine if you are going to, execute it properly. Then you can actually give the match into your hand. But this Jushin pick is more over like the utility, so do the damage. Because if Violet gonna build out that Sky Piercer, then it might be into the damage section. If he's going for that physical emblem, then it might be onto the, sustain. So we're not sure about it. We will be getting sure into the game only. And now is talking about the Sacrifice draft. You're gonna talk like this Suyu. I mean, I'm a little bit sus about this pick. Joy was open all this time. They could have gone with Joy, and like Joy could be a better counter against the Ishan Shin. But the main thing about the Joy, I believe, it might be the Hilda or the Jushin. They didn't pick it out, but Suyu, okay, an off-meta pick, but still walks if the snowball is there. And like when Van is going for off-meta, he relies onto his team more. And his team having a good pick-off combo here. The Yuzong, the Grog, I mean the tech charge and the dive, and Romcom can easily reach out here. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here into the land of Dawn. Shinryu, the mic is all yours.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, Ash has rightfully mentioned we will be heading into the Land of Dawn for this game number 1 in this first match between Team Sacred Shrine versus Yama Esports. Both ready to take the first point in this round robin table. Very important game for both these teams and the first match of the round robin as well. So there's a very good giveaway set up for you guys. 450 likes and you can receive 5,000 giveaway or 5,000 dice for lucky winners. It will be, it will be cleared more through the mods, of course. But hey, do make sure that you get 450 likes. But again, the early game kind of, just revolving around the fact that the teams which can put more pressure will secure much more lead. So that's what they're doing. You can see already the Little Wanderer being secured by Clutch TZ will give him a slight lead in terms of the EXP as well as the, the stats onto the Retribution. So it's a very good start, I would say. But in terms of the emblem setup, do you see anything different here, Ash?
No, it's like I thought like Ishan Shin might go for that rupture, but no, he's in the same like Master Assassin and all Thrill and Master Assassin. So it's more like the damage output kind of build. And look at the build of emblem of Suyu. It is also same as well, Impure Rage, but I'm not sure like this is gonna work against the Ishan Shin or not, because like this is the double S tier jungler. It's not shifted an inch in the meta, but Suyu already getting nerfed. So let's see if team can actually do something for Van Satoru here, can give him the good setups. But there you go, Fate.
Yeah, has a very good positioning, right? He can actually go for a little bit of pressure onto his Clutch TZ, who does not have any idea that he's actually hiding around there. But I think it's likely to steal away the jungle cram. That's what he's looking for. And yeah, so we are going for a pause out here. So we'll just, make sure everything is properly set up. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a broken walls map. So a lot more, pressure by the Grok as well as the Hilda that could be seen through to the junglers. And like Ash already mentioned, Suyu is not very, a very meta pick currently, but in the early game, I think the Suyu can do a lot more compared to the Isan Shin, because the Isan Shin does require that 4 items that farm at least, need to reach level, I would say 10 to 12 to actually get online. So because of that, but we are getting really good zoom in from our streamer. He really is,
It's just like, Sinryu, it's like, you are here?
okay.
that reaction from Clutch TZ, like, bro, what? Where were you?
Yeah.
He was too surprised by the fate being there as well. But like taking out that Throne Lizard from the hand of Ishan Shin, not letting him getting that 6 mark onto his retribution, even though he's in the level 4 right now, and it might not gonna be a big problem for him, but still, like, you're taking out a jungle creep from the hand of a jungler, so it's do work a little bit good. But now Suyu. Let's talk about the Suyu pick from Van Satoru. The turtle coming in, and it's so easy to still out the turtle with a Suyu. So do you believe like the same energy, just like the season 36 Suyu, will be working here in this season 38?
It really, really comes down to the point how well the team can actually help in the snowball for the Suyu, because at the end of the day, the Suyu is nothing if he cannot secure the farm, cannot secure the kills. So that is where he kind of lacks. But again, the pause is up and done. Level 4 will be reached for both Bid as well as Romcom. The turtle is already here, and the good zoning might just come through. The Black Dragon is ready. Already the knockup you can see out there. Onto the side, Clutch TZ low on HP. It's a very good setup from the setup team. Sacred Shrine to secure the first turtle of the game.
Bro, if you have this kind of team, you can go for a Diggy jungler as well. But there you go. Invasion happens, but doesn't matter. Retribution will be stealing out his own blue buff for himself, and he will be safe as well. But there is no lead into the micro. Tech charge comes up. Crimson Bacon as well. There's a lot of damage being dished out by the Hilda, and he goes back there. So do Arterio. Oh my goodness, evil quitter.
Damn. so close, right? Just one hit away, but it seems like Yama Esports, they're getting a bit of pressure in the early game. Very, very, likely thing to happen because the early game, it's a very good draft for the side of Team Sacred Shrine. They can actually put the pressure. What Yama Esports they can do is they can respond. They can really respond and punish those overextension, those engages that can come through. So far, they need to just make one thing: the pathing of the Siege Sunshine should be very clear. He should not be getting taken down. He should secure his jungle comfortably. That's what they need to provide to him. But at the same time, they need to also help this Nate and scale into the game. Toby can do a lot more once he receives the farm. So they are kind of playing a bet whom they want to just give the farm on towards. But again, they're kind of in a pressure position. But the flicker being used by both the roamer as well as the mid laner will be saving each other. But hey, it's a very aggressive start. But I think Wiley might be in trouble. Yes, he is. Once Satoru goes in, takes down her, and at this point there will be another fight breaking out. But once Satoru gets punished this time by Abistizi, but Romcom goes in, use the petrify, take down Abistizi. With this, it's a 2-for-1 trade favoring the side of Team Sacred Shrine.
I mean, he also kind of dodged it out with the flicker, but couldn't survive the speed from the Suyu. Ventoro finds his first bullseye. So do Avestizi getting down there. And I mean, not getting down there. He was about to take out another one, but it's fine. I mean, it's a good start. You can say Avestizi got a kill there. Violet got down as well. But now the second turtle, there might be a uncontested one, of course. Easy peasy for
Easy
the side
peasy.
of SSL. And with
Indeed.
this, a little bit of skirmish, a poke being going out there. Oh, it's a beautiful setup being away. Abistizi finds a kill there onto Bid. And revenge will be settled here. 2 for 2. You took out Viola there, and now they took out Bid. And onto the top side, the gold shield already been taken out. It's just being there with a inch of, oh my goodness, another setup being beautifully done by the side of Sacred Shrine, and Romcom will be the one giving out the final blow onto the Clutch CZ. And now Abistizi needs to go back.
Yeah, true, because you can see, right, they can punish and they will be punishing very much because Clutch TZ had a very bad positioning out there. He was trying to get the jungle creep or maybe an engage, but that was a problem. But again, up top, Hapu, Dark, not even his darkest dream can survive out of that. That was too much pressure. 3-man jumping onto him, but again, Abistizi will be putting the pressure onto his Fade, but he's pretty much okay because that's an Esmeralda at the end of the day. You cannot really chunk her down. But at the same time, you can see the jungle now being claimed by the side of Team Sacred Shrine. That might be Yama Esports orange buff, but at this point, it's already Sacred Shrine scaling it up. Stealing it away at the mid lane, though. It's a bit of pressure. Wiley will be forced to go in, uses the flicker to get out, but will it be enough? Not really. Romcom takes him down. Now the Traction Pulse connect, but the Blackdown is in the vicinity. There goes the tech charge from Artorio, but it will be not enough. Dark goes in with the Previous War. Previous fight, it takes down Artorio, and now there comes the retaliation from the side of Team Yama Esports, but Dark is kind of locked down onto the backline, and Romcom will be punishing him down. That's a kill secured by the side of Team Sacred Shrine as well.
Yep, 6-3 the score is, and there is a goal lead of 2K. A slight movement into the economy for Sacred Shrine, and it's a good one. And they also secured the macro onto the top side, a structure for them. And this is what I mean, everything being out there for Sacred Shrine, and now this turtle, third one, might be another uncontested because the way they're zoning out the jungler, plus TZ from Yama, they are not giving him the chance to even come for the turtle fight. But there you go, he's split pushing right now, and he got a macro for himself. Losing out the turtle for a macro, it's fine. I mean, for now, you need something to do, and you do it. But there you go, the Entropy comes up for the save, and now retaliation happened from the side of Sacred Shrine. They don't want to go for another fight here.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying really good to actually not get any more bodies down, but Sacred Shrine are equally pressurizing them. At this point, you can see already the bot lane, Fate has accumulated enough items to actually just sustain all the damage that's coming through. But on the back lane, you can see already, right, Artorio being so aggressive all by himself. The team will definitely be there, but again, meanwhile, the tier 1 on the bot lane will be falling. Now Fate wants to go in with the damage, but once Arturo is already ahead of him, takes down Wiley, and with this, the mid laner will be down, so they won't have that extra bit of utility that they had. But at this point, the next target might be the mid lane, but at this point, you can see already it's being cleared up, but the Entropy comes through, but the damage is too much onto the side of Team Yama Esports. They will be forced to go back dark all by himself, trying to hold the front line, but that would be too much for him. He's still trying to survive and sustain. He will take down Artoria, but in process will fall himself as well. But that's all part of the plan. They're able to hold on to the tier 1 onto the mid lane. So that's still a bit breathing room. The map is not really yet open. But again, they need more time to scale in this game, but more waves are coming in. I think Yama Esports should be able to clear it out, but at this point, any further aggression might result in a decisive win for, I think, the side of Team Sacred Shine. If Yama Esports, they lose too many members.
Romcom on a dragon is a beast for sure, because the way he is going for those opening, the way he is disrupting the backline, the Natan, the Jushin is really helping a lot to his team. And now look at that. They already into that double for the micro score. 3k. The goal lead was 2k, and already they settled it out for 3k as well. And now look at that. They goes inside the pillar, and it will be Van Satoro securing the kill onto Clutch TZ, but in the process, Romcom falls down. Dark goes in. Arturio will be the one getting slain out there. 2-for-1. The score is now. The trade beautifully done by Yama Esports. At least they won something, but I believe this mid tier 1 might be taken out and the expansion might happen. Okay, Crimson Bacon tried for the Lantern player, but Violet goes down. Avastisi comes in, Bit falls down as well, but now Avastisi is getting chased down and marked by Van Satoro. The revenge is being sweeter than anything else, and it will be Avastisi going down into the heaven side by Van Satoro, and with this I believe they will be getting that lot for himself. Look at that. I think I'm gonna break out this fight. It was first Lapu who finds a kill onto that Lapu goes in there and he finds the kill onto the Grok, and then it is over, like Van to the Violet.
I mean, you can see obviously being so aggressive already, but it kind of paved the way because he's a roamer for the mid laner. I think it's still a worthy trade, but Yama Esports, they lost too many members. At this point, the Yuzong has been the problem, constant problem for Clutch TZ. He cannot really play freely around the map, given the fact that it's a direct counter, so he needs to be very careful. And there's so much pressure and so much dive available that the Sea Sunshin has not yet been able to get the power spike that he's looking for. And also more, the fact that the side of Team Sacred Shine, they have gotten themselves 4,000 goal lead, because of which they have more items to actually deal out the damage, dish out the damage. But again, Bait might be in a troublesome position. He's getting engaged on by Abyss TC, but able to get out safely. At the same time, the wall connects, but there goes the knock of the Black Dragon already there. The entropy already being used by Toby to get out of the harm's way. But Dark, with the bravest fighter, will be holding the front line. At the same time, the Lord is marching from the bot lane. The Holy Defense is still intact. The Lord should get cleared out pretty comfortably by the side of Team Yama Esports, given the fact they have 2 marksmen. So it should not be too much of a too much of a problem for them. Damage control is already there, but mid tier 2 will not be standing, so it's get taken down. And with that, the last second tier onto the top lane falls as well. The Holy Defense should get propped anytime soon. And Yama Esports, the clock is ticking for them. But again, they're trying to punish one member onto the bot lane. Fade is really low. Is still able to run away, helping or, buying enough time for his team to just get back to help him out. So I think Yama Esports, the best course of action, like I already mentioned, is to buy some more time for this lineup to actually come online. But do they have the time? Is going to be the question. The traction pulse connected and Fade. He goes in, punishes them now. Dark goes in, takes down Fade. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but again, I think that's not done. They are not done with that yet. Artorius in the front line, the tier inhibitor this time will be falling from the top lane on the bot lane. And with this, Yama Esports, their base will be widely open, and Ash, this might be troublesome for them.
Troublesome for them. The Nemesis, the Nexus, everything open at this point. And there you go. The tech charge might come up. The charge from the Suyu. Van Stor goes in there. The Black Dragon about to emerge, but shutdown happened to Van Stor. It's a killing spree from Lapo. Romcom falls down in the hand of Avastisi. And there you go. The retaliation for Sacred Shrine should be there. A chase being done, but the score kind of same right now. 12-10. They managed to settle out before the Lord. I don't believe that fight was necessary for Sacred Shrine. They could have hold it out a little bit so that they could have gone for the second Lord, but no, they were kind of impatient and they went for that fight. And look at the result. It just tilted towards the side of Yama Esports right now, and they are going with the Rage. But this Rage might not be taking out a little bit of macro lead for them, because Torio and the Co are there already securing the mid tier 1.
Yeah, like I mentioned, this is a scaling lineup from the side of Team Yama Esports, so definitely they will have the advantage as the time slowly passes by. At this 12-minute mark or nearly the 13-minute mark, we are reaching the mid to late game. This is where Yama Esports lineup, they will be more potent into the game. They will have more damage. They will be able to punish those overextension or those engages. Right now, as you can see, Toby will just pick up his holy crystal. This damage will even amplify more. Now the threat will be coming from Toby, and they need to take him down or punish him. The Lord is there, but neither of the team has started it yet. They're all focused on zoning. Sacred Shine, they're just trying to poke the members of Team Yama Esports just to keep them far off from the Lord pit. Meanwhile, there's a potential that Vansatoro can go for a backdoor, but I don't think so. He will be attempting to do that. But four members from the side of Team Yama Esports are on the top side. Plus, they should be making this rotation, but it might be way too late for them to actually go to the Lord and just take it down, because it's a very good zoning coming out from Romcom, and they need to fall back. Again, Romcom will go with the engage. The charge does not really connect properly, but onto the front line. While it will be falling in the hands of Fate, and now the members are low. Bisteezy is really, really trying to run away. He will be able to do so. Dark with the flicker survives. Very close call. One more member had fallen down. I think that would have been it. But again, there's enough time for Wile to be back onto the map before the Lord comes charging. But Yama Esports, they have their backs pushed against the wall.
That entropy, though, I mean, he was about to fall into the trap of Artorio, but finds his way back. GG escape. Another entropy comes in there. The charge comes up. The attack being on, and it will be the mid tier. Might be falling out. No, Artorio falls down into the hand of Abasteezy. In the meantime, I'm going to see it's Bits who will be taking out Abasteezy. The revenge has been done, and now the Mono Shock release. Malik has been there, finds a double, and might be going for his triple. Of course, he will be doing it. But no, Clusteezy will be the one giving out the final blow onto the Fate. And with this, it's just one member surviving from the side of Sakrishine. Romcom it is with a Black Dragon. What a comeback from Yama Esports. They managed to do it at last. A little bit of overextensive move come out from the Sakrishine, and they got punished out there. The entropy and then the immune comes up. They were inside the tier. First it was Artorio, and then Violi goes in with the Crimson Beacon. Bit falls down. He finds a double onto the bid, and then it was a triple which was about to come, but no, the final blow was given by Clusteezy.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's another fight that's happening. Fate got taken down already, but Romcom might be next on the shopping block. So he's able to survive, but the waves are coming crashing down. Yama Esports, they need a very good wave management before they lose their inhibitor, which is really, really low on HP. I would say that's just 10 to 15 to 20%, I would say. And this could make a way for Sacred Shine to just try and end the game. They could make that attempt. But at the same time, Yama Esports, they have a very good defense with two marksmen already getting that scaling. I think the damage should be more than enough. The last team fight, it was a really big overextension from the side of Team Sacred Shine, and that's why they got punished. That Mountain Shocker with the Dauntless Speed was so on point, and they got so much advantage. But once again, the Mountain Shocker will be used to get the vision, so they know where Team Sacred Shine are. And the Lord is still due. It's few seconds, like 30 seconds away. But I think Yama Esports, they have a chance to contest for this, as long as they have a very good wave management that is given, right? Because one false move, I think a backdoor can really end the game really fast, and the comeback may not even be possible.
Let's see what will be happening here. It's just 17 seconds away from the Lord, and this time I believe Yama Esports in a position they can actually go for the contest. They have a goal lead, a slight goal lead. Doesn't matter. We are entering into the late phase of the game, and already all those items have been built for both these sides, and now it's just that how you channel out a gank, a proper gank. If you can actually accumulate some traits for yourself, you can go for that lost seal. But look at the zone, the perfect zone. But there you go, Yama Esports about to contest it out. The knockoff happens. Clutch it out from the hand of Vansatoro, and now he's getting cornered. But Toby goes in with entropy, finds the kill. Clutch falls down in the hand of Romcom. Abasteezy goes in, find Bid. Fate falls down. Double for Toby. Can it be a triple? A retaliation happened, but it will be a comeback. A statement being already made by the Yama Esports side. Artorio and the Romcom is standing out there defending the nemesis, but there you go. The attacks coming in. The minion flow is here as well. Entropy being happening as well. It's going for this clearance. They're locking down the base. Can it be Yama Esports? Yep. Course, it will be Yama Esports. What a game. Devil turning moment. An inch of, you can say, hope already been done by the Yama Esports side. They just change out everything. They got one chance, and in that one chance, they managed to clutch it out from the hand of Sacrishine. What a game it was, Sindhu. What a game it was. Remarkably unbelievable from the side of Yama Esports.
I have been mentioning this from the very beginning, right? The early game, Sacrishine, they got it. Like, there's no doubt about this. But the late game, there are two marksmen. What are you thinking, Sacrishine? You're really overextending your lead. You're really trying to, push your luck too much. But hey, the hero of the match, the one who will be, appearing on the screen as the player of the match, will be none other than Dark. What a performance from this guy, man. But I need to give props to OBCZ as well. Like, these two fellas, they were so on towards the members of Team Sacrishine, right? They were constantly giving that feel for their team, and because of which, I think Toby as well as Plus TC, they got so, well positioning that they can actually deal the damage, especially for Plus TC. That Lord Retribution was so on point. He was getting cornered by two members. Artorio as well as Romcom both jumped onto him, but he didn't care, man. He didn't care. He just went in, hit the Retribution, and he showed us why we rely, or why Sacrishine needs to rely him for those, LAN tournaments. Like, bro is too good with this clutch Retribution, man. That the name kind of now makes sense, isn't it?
Indeed, Shinryu. I mean, the way, everything, like from the very first turtle to the second Lord, it was easy for Vansatoro, but it was just one contest, and then we saw like Clutch Easy, the name he's having. He did it with that clutch steal from Vansatoro. Sorry, Van, the LAN jungler is better than the online paid jungler.
Sheesh. What a statement by AshTZ, sir. What a statement, sir. Too crazy for real. I hope somebody clips that. I hope somebody clips that, man, for real. Like, AshTZ making that huge statement. But hey, I think it is true because Plus TC really showed the supremacy. But I think Sacrishine, they had a very good control throughout the game. Even if you take the head-to-head look, Fate was doing so much for his team. He was able to be the frontliner, and he was also dealing the damage at the same time. But at some point, the Esmeralda kind of falls off when there is a, when she's just the frontline, or when she's just a sandbag of the team. And even for the Suyo in the late game, yes, in the early game it works well, but in the late game, I think it's still gonna be Plus TZ. But this game, he did not deal so much damage. He was more about those objectives securing, which he could not really do too much in the early game because of the huge zoning. But when it mattered, he did it for sure. But talk about the mid lane, I think Wile was not getting too much of a space because of constant engages, constant, jumps on towards him. But Bid, he too faced the same fate, right, in this game, because Abyss TZ was on towards him. And Artorio with the Grok really gave the sets, but I think Hilda onto Abyss TZ was a bit better for this game, man. He was like onto the face of Team Sacrishine altogether.
I believe the 3 X factors for this game. I mean, each and every member of Yama Esports, the 5 of them played so well. This is because of their synergy in the last phase. They won the game. But if you will actually see, like the mighty push happened by Toby with the Entropy's help. It was because all those tier 2 has been taken out, and that tier 2 taken out at which place? When Violet got that double, when that overextension happened in the second Lord. That was the thing. I mean, if you will sum up everything, it is like a step-by-step process. They finds their win. It is an epic comeback. It is a table-turning moment for Yama Esports. Nobody was hoping them to win this game because all the sets were properly done by Sacrishine. They were winning the macro. They're winning the macro, and they already about to end the base as well. But then the hold we talk about Sacrishine every time they hold the game. But today it is Yama Esports who hold the game so properly, and now the win is there in their hand. But this is just the first game. We are entering into the second game. That might be the third game as well, because this is Sacrishine versus Team Yama Esports, and it is 1-0 in this round robin stage. Might be coming for a 1-1 with Sacrishine making their redemption, their comeback, or Yama Esports can give a 2-0 clean sweep and start their round robin tour with a win. Dominated win.
You know what? I kind of felt, this is a very big mountain. Yama means mountain, okay? Yeah, translation of Yama, it means a mountain. But this time, they were against a huge mountain. Like, a climb that was more higher than theirs, right? They were against a. I think this is the team that we are talking about who have been winning back-to-back tournaments, right? All around India, like whether it be the LAN tournaments, whether it be the online ones. So they are winning back-to-back. They have a very good streak record, and I don't think so. They wanted it to be broken at this point, right? And taking a game away from a team like that who has not lost a single game. I mentioned once again in the entirety of the Mythic Showdown, I believe. So they have been like reached. They have reached the Mythic Showdown. I think they have lost one game again, Elusivity, where it
Yeah.
was a best of three. So apart from that, I don't think they have lost a series. Okay, they have lost one match, but they have won most of their series. They have been unbeatable throughout. So at this point, if Yama Esports they do a 2-0 at this, in this series or in this match, I think that really puts a question: are we really, looking at a new rising, or is it just a bad day for side of Team Sacred Shrine, right? Because there's so much, things that are actually relying on this top 4 position, because every team that has made it to the Mythic Showdown Season 2 round robin stage, I think all of them are so close. This entire roster shuffle has changed so much, and you can see it's not just one player making the difference. It's like the 5 of them putting their hearts and soul in winning into this game. And even the drafts, the bans is like so target oriented. They know what to ban, they know what to pick against each other, and they know how to play these heroes, and they know how the opponents will play. So it's about the mind games, isn't it, Ash?
Of course, and now entering into the draft phase for the second game. Like in the second game, Shakrishan loves to play aggressive. They loves to pick up that Lapu Lapu. They loves to pick up that Khalid. But do you think like that Lapu Lapu getting into the hand of Dark was the most important thing happened for Yama Esports, or Toby grabbing up the Natan? Because in the end, it was Toby. From the very beginning, it was Lapu Lapu who was giving up the sets, and even Viole with the Chushin. So it's more like we already doubted. I mean, not we. I doubted the Natan pick because you already have an Ishan Shin. Why you're going for another MM? But they went for that thing, and they finds a win with that type of draft. It's so good. It's so well. But about the domination from the very beginning, it was from Sacrishine. So you cannot say like this is a very dominative win. This was the clutch steal. This was the micro movement you did in the last 2 minutes of the game, and it did change the whole factor, the whole scenario for this first game. And now you have the confidence to actually go for a 2-0 clean sweep. And now Team Sacrishine, they're banning out again. Team Yama Esports, they're banning out again those same bans: CC, Hayabusa, Lancelot, Gatot Kacha being open at this point. It's a Bakshia, and Chushin ban already happened here with the Granger. So do you feel like Yama Esports can go for that Gatot Kacha pick? Because they went for the Hilda, Abastizi onto the Hilda. So it's time for Sacrishine to actually grab up that Gatot Kacha and Lapu Lapu. Okay, they already did it.
Yeah, I feel what you mentioned, how Yama Esports they went for a comeback is kind of so boils down to the point understanding the draft, or understanding when will you reach your power spike. For Yama Esports, it was definitely the late game. They could not really do too much in the early game, but therefore they were really focused on kind of betting onto the late game. They just needed to slow down the game. That's what they did. Kind of paved the way for them to go for the comeback. And this time they're choosing a different route. I would say the side of Team Sacred Shrine, they left open one of the strongest pick for Raden in this meta. One of his comfort pick as well. The reason why we call him MOBA Raden, isn't it? So he gets his hand onto the Fredrin. So is it a really wise choice? That's going to be a question. But at the same time, I love the way Dark stole away the R-Lot. He's denying this pick to Romcom. He does not want Romcom to get his comfort hero as well. So, he needs to play something else because they got the Lapu Lapu already. So this can still go towards Fate if they want to. Or if they want, they can give it to Romcom as well. But the YS is this time from the one and only, the man himself, Sacred Shine's jungler, or the online jungler as per Ash, wants a throw. So, man, I have seen him carrying game by himself on this hero. So I don't know what to expect for this game. Like both the junglers getting the comfort pick. What are we thinking, Ash? What are we thinking?
Both the junglers are from Sacred Shrine, so this time the roster change also Paul Rarin into the Yama Esport, but doesn't matter. He finds the win. He was the reason that Lord being clutched out in front of Van Satoru.
That's
and now
easy, man.
Yeah, Clusteezy. Rarin into Clusteezy, and then he proved his name today in the game. And now the time for the second banning phase. We're going to see the Harrod ban and the
Ooh,
Nocturne as well. Okay, there is a fear, there is a
interesting.
respect towards Toby. You don't want to give that as those magic true damage kind of into the hand of Toby. He might gonna steal out the win in from your hand just before you thinks like, no, this game is all ours. But now, look at that. The last ban coming out from the side of Yama Esports. Eve already been done. Kimmy could be an option. Kimmy.
I think they can leave the Kimi open. If they leave the Kimi open, they can either get it for themselves or they can get the YS, not the YS, the Yuzhong. So either could be good. Okay, they're going for the Xbox ban. I love this one because the Xbox gold lane is very, very lethal. And against the Fredrin, I think that's even much better to go for. But at the same time, the Esmeralda is also there. I think they can just have their options. They can either go for the Kimi, Yuzhong, or the Esmeralda. Apart from that, I don't think so. They might just pick up an Alice at this point. It could be a good hero too. The Alice can really work well against the stanky composition, but it depends, I don't think so. Romcom would like to go for such a hero. Maybe not. And apart from that, what are we expecting for the mid lane? I don't think Thamus. Yeah, the Thamus could be a good hero. But I think they can pick something up, maybe the carry to punish the frontliners as well for the side of team Yama Esports, because we never know, the carry is really good. Or, okay, in this case, they're actually going for one of Bit's most comfort pick, one of the heroes that he actually reach global ranking with. So he's actually going for the Valentina. Not the best hero in this meta, but he can steal away a very good ultimate. So what ultimate are you planning to steal away? The Final Slash or the Priestess Rat? But I don't think so. That's too much of a value, isn't it, Ash?
Yeah, but no, it's more like, I mean, you want to be in his comfort, so that might be the thing. And now, they yet to reveal their two picks, the Appraiser's Wraith, or you said like Final Slash. These two things are like Appraiser's Wraith is a totally different thing. Final Slash is a totally different thing. It's like with the Final Slash, it's like the name is kind of interchanges. Final Slash is more for the
open carry, man.
Yeah, and Apprecious Wraith is more okay. What I'm seeing right now, a Selena, Violet with the Selena, and they're going for a carry.
The carry was pretty much, the carry was pretty, I think, self-explanatory because I just saw that coming miles away, I would say. Because, even though they have a Garut Kacha and a Lapu Lapu, the carry can still perform. And at this point, if they want to pick up the Yuzhong, it's gonna be very difficult. If they pick up the Alice, still difficult because they have that late game insurance. And I am tiny bit skeptical about the Selena pick, but then again, it's on Violet. I do not doubt that man. That man has really made some wonderful plays throughout this tournament and even other tournaments, I believe. So I think this is one of his signature heroes as well. And they're going for the Ruby, but
Beautiful.
do you not feel that there's a bit of lack of range from them, except for the Garut Kacha, of course? They do not have much range to dive the back line, isn't it? Who's gonna reach the carry? Nobody can, but
even from Yama, they don't have range. It's just Selena out there. So it's more like equal in the draft section. But you as you mentioned, the Valentina pick is now vested. It's just the Final Slash, I believe, because you can't go for the Apprecious Wraith. What you will do with the Apprecious Wraith? Are you going to finish the game? No. It's a setup you're gonna give out, and you can only go for that Final Slash. The 5/5 member, I mean, the heroes already been set up by the side of both the teams. Sacrishine versus Yama Esports. We are right now witnessing the second game of the match number 1 in this round robin stage. It is Sacrishine versus Yama Esports. Yama Esports having the 1-0 lead in this BO3 series. If Sacrishine win this game, we're going for the third game, the tiebreaker, the third game decider, the heaven's call, whatever you can call it. If Yama winning this match, then it will be the first defeat for Sacrishine, and starting the way for the round robin with a defeat is not a good sign for Sacrishine, and it will be the best sign for Yama Esports though.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I think the carry is a really cherry on top for the side of Team Yama Esports. It works so well against most of the tankier heroes, and even the Ruby is not too good against the carry, I would say. I'm still questioning why they pick up the Ruby. They can go for something with more of a range. I think they have enough frontline. They can just go for a bit more damage, perhaps. But okay, nevertheless, they are still going for the ruby, so it can work, it cannot work. We'll see, of course, that. But again, in terms of the spells, you're not looking anything out of the ordinary. It's like flickers for most of the members, except for Artorio. He will be on a revitalize, which is very common for the Garudkacha, I would say. But again, ladies and gentlemen, as like already mentioned, this is going to be game number 2 in this first match of the round robin at the Mythic Showdown season number 2. This is Yama Esports with the match point against Team Sacred Shine, who might want to go for a reverse sweep here for sure, because they need to get the points as well. Very crucial game, the first of the night as well. So hey, on the class of decks, it's going to be Shinryu, the voice of the game, alongside Ash TZ to take this game further away. But again, Ash, in terms of the mid lane, I think the Selena's early game is really, really much more, visible in the map. I think the Valentina, he requires at level 4. Before that, it's going to be very difficult for this Valentina to do too much. And even without the Purify, I think she could be a walking, target for the side of Team Yama Esports at a lot of these cases. But again, this time again, Satoru will be the one to secure the Little Wanderer. So a bit of a different start from the previous game, isn't it?
Got the Ishinchin, so of course you'll be having the first jungling, then the Fedwin. But trying to take out that Lava Golem from the hand of Rarin was a pretty wise move from Torio. And now you're going to see that aggressive play I talked about. This guy is like, if you will see Sacrishine gameplay, you're gonna look like whenever the second game approaches, they went for the aggressive move. But now Torio, he's in a very bad positioning and he might take it out. No, Violay will be the one getting the final blow from Torio. Things got changed and it will be Team Sacrishine starting the table with a 1-0 in the micro.
Yeah, I mean, what a clutch revitalize coming from Artorio, really on time. But again, mid lane, this time around, the stun will connect the Abyssal Harrow. And Abyss TZ will take down Bit, but Artorio might be next on the chopping block with the Braces strat landing right on his face. That's 2 kills traded off for the side of Team Yama Esports. But look at the bot lane, Fate versus Toby. They're just trying to get the waves clear, but Abyss TZ will be helping him out. But oh, Retribution steal! We just missed it out, but still, that's a win for Team Sacred Shine. A good retribution from Satoru, and this is one of the reasons why you should not be giving him this hero, man.
Ishinchin, but it's more like he doesn't have that precious rate, Jinryu, so it's 50-50. No, it's 60-40 for me. Otherwise, I mean, we have seen what happened in the last game, so you cannot say like Clutch Easy cannot clutch it out. But a nice one into the macro, a lead for Satoru here, and into the micro, it is currently a lead onto the Yama Esports 2-1. The score is they took out the revenge onto Torio. Now the Bravest Fighter got used, got the cannon into his hand. They'll be giving him a little bit of EXP, and he's recalling back. But into the bot section, we're gonna see that very bad positioning of Toby. Might be getting into the hand of Fate, changing another time the fate of Toby and taking him down there into the bot.
True, the carry in the early game really suffers, I would say. That's one downside of the carry. It really requires that Trinity build to actually come online, and maybe even more. But again, I think Team Sacred Shine, they're trying to engage on towards Abyss TZ. He's really low on HP. Will he be able to get back? It's going to be the question. But yes, he does. But again, next on the chopping block would be 2 of the members. And Toby falls right after he comes back. The AOG onto the turret, but he will be able to get back out. But again, Clutch TZ is there, but he's against 4 members. With the Flying Cloud comes in Abyss TZ for the fight again. But there goes the Braces Strat, not enough with the Revitalize. Artorio is able to turn it around, and Fate will take down Clutch TZ. That's one more Yama member down, and now this will open up the bot tier 1. The gold plating should be able to, the other side of Sacred Shine, they should be able to take it away. But again, Abyss TZ really being aggressive onto his Fate. It's low on HP, trying to run. No more running away this time, State Abyss TZ, and he takes him down. The Revitalize wasn't cooldown for sure.
1-0-2 for Satoru, and what a comeback from Abyss TZ. There you go, like we were talking about replay, and it was like, for me, the second tier was not there. I felt it like they were fighting like the second tier is not there. They went inside the tier, they went for the AOG, and now look at that. Clutch TZ finds his way for Appriza's threat, but no, the Revitalize from it. Torio was the one falling down into the trap for Clutch TZ. And now the turtle, second turtle fight is going on there. Storm
Oi.
is happened. Abhishek finds a kill onto Vanthatoro. Killing spree for him. It's a free turtle for the side of Yama Esports. Victory happened. Clutch Easy finds the turtle, and now Romcommon is getting cornered, but into the meantime, it's double secured by Abhishek. He finds his way into the back line and takedown bait there. It's like a roller coaster ride. Sometime it is up for SSH, sometime it is up for Yama, sometime it is down for Sacrishine, sometime it is down for Yama. This thing is going so good for both these sides, and now it is over for Fate. Of course it is over for Fate. The true damage, the tank killer, it is Toby who will be taking down the gold standard of India currently.
Oh my goodness. You know what? This is so bad for Sacred Shine because their late game is not too good. The retribution this time again. Clutched easy with a better retribution. But hey, they do not want any more fight. Really aggressive YSs that we're looking at. Different from what we saw in the last game, of course. Vanthatoro has a very different way of playing this hero. But again, the Abyssal Arrow connects. But will he commit? I don't think so. Arturo does have the, unbreakable. So that might be a very bad decision that they can go for. But at the same time, the pressure has been constantly maintained. And like you mentioned, the tank killer is already there, and the more this game goes into the late game, the more trouble it will be because you can already see the corrosion skite has been into his build. The next item will be coming really shortly, and this damage will just scale more and more as we head into the late game, and it's much better for side of Yama Esports for the late game. Same can be said for Sacred Shine, but not so much. I think some of their heroes will just fall off and might be very easy food for the carry, so they need to just take proper damage control. They need to avoid taking unnecessary fight because once the goal lead goes to the side of Team Yama Esports, it's going to be very difficult for Sacred Shine to do too much and walk out away from those trades. But I can see, I think the third turtle will be up soon. One turtle for both these teams. Who's going to get the third one, Ash? It's still a very big question, a mystery for all of us, isn't it?
I mean, both of them have a good retribution skills, but what is happening at the ball, Toby? Oh. He finds his way back, tosses it out with a flicker, and now he'll be clearing out the waves though. But that was a easy peasy kind of trap down
squeezy
you can talk about. But there you go, like right now, Raren in a very bad position. He might fall down. 5 members is going for him straight away. And Vanthatoro Class easy before the turtle. And you're gonna see those slash coming in. Final slash on 3 members. He's going for the setups, but nobody's there to follow him up. And he's getting chunky down by the side of Sacred Shine. Free turtle coming in. GG zone comes up from Valentina. He finds the ultimate of Vedrin. There's that Fraser's rate, but you're gonna use that on. But in the meantime, a sneaky picky kind of split pushing being done by Toby. He's getting chased down though.
I don't think so. You can chase him down because there's a very huge range. But up top though, the side of Sacred Shrine, they want to take down on tier 1 and they might get there. So the AOG comes in, the flicker instantly being used up by Dark. Does not really want to waste a single moment, but look at Visteezy. He's the rover of the team or the assassin at this point. Takes down Pin, and with this, he will be walking away. But at the same time, Yama Esports, they're trying to go for Gauge once more. While it will be getting punished out for that one. A bit too aggressive, I would say, without damage dealer, without Toby. I think they kind of lack damage, but at the same time, I think for this third turtle, the side of Sacred Shrine, they returned the favor. Last time, it was Vanthatoro got taken down. This time, it was, clutched easy, so jungler for jungler. But the main problem is still gonna be Toby. They're not really looking him down. He's farming freely in this game, and it's gonna be really hurting them down. But up top, it seems Fate might be in a bit of, pain because 2 members are trying to jump onto him. I might mention Dark does not have a flicker this time. The land checker does not really connect, but there will be the Raging Slash being used up to get out of the harm's way. At the same time, 3 members are lurking around from both teams in the top side. Mid lane, though, is getting kind of cleared out, pushed in. The main objective of the game is still going to be the Lord, but there goes the Dauntless Fleet. Vanthatoro will be able to walk out for now. However, both the teams, they're just waiting for that, switch to get flipped. Once a team engages, I think we are going to see a very big team fight for this Lord Ash.
You have seen that play onto Vid. I mean, he falls down not because of Abisteezy's zone. It was because Violet's trap. I mean, that trap, I was not expecting that Abyssal trap to be there. And he was also not anticipating that as well. But at that time, it just goes down. And now, it might be a Clusteezy's bad move out there. The tier 1, not too good to save up at this point. And he's getting chunked down as well. The tier falls down. Abisteezy will be not there to save him up. And Clusteezy will be the one getting down.
the team unfortunately was very far away from Clutch TC. He was just left alone. I mean, he's a veteran, so it should not have been a problem. But when four of the members of the other team are jumping onto you, I think it's very difficult even for the tanky members to actually do too much because there's so much crowd control available from the side of team Sekershan. Even though it's not a very hard CC, is still enough for them to just try and punish. The Lord will be getting started by the side of team Sekershan. I think it's just a bit too much for Yama Esports to actually get there on time unless Clutch TZ do something well or the stun connects. Clutch TZ, can he goes there and steal the Lord? It's going to be the question, but Abyss TZ is really low on HP. One Satoru still survive. Fate takes down Abyss TZ, and now the final slash from Dark. The AOG will be going in, but before that, one member getting taken down, but Torio will be the one getting the third Lord this time around. But the members are falling really quickly, and with this, Toby will take down one more, but he too will fall. That's a wipeout by the side of Team Sekershan on towards Team Yama Esports. And this might just open up the game for Team Sekershan to push more in this game with a lot coming as well. Yama Esports, they might have found themselves at a big stretch, but a really huge team fight that we were talking about, Ash.
Yeah, GG team fight comes up. A lot of things happen there. A big skirmish happened there, but it was Torio got the lot. I mean, we were hoping for both the junglers, Van Satoru and Clutch TZ, to make that lot away from the hand. But then Torio was out of the syllabus. He just finds the lot.
Jeez.
But doesn't matter. They went for that wipeout, and now the tier 2 and the Holy Blessings from the mid lane has been taken out. It's a big trade being done by the side of Yama Esports, and now another attack coming on. Now they're deflecting the Lord way before he can reach out the inhibitor. It is getting stunned there, but no, Thorough with the immune goes in there, finds the kill onto the Clutch TZ, and now the red buff, the blue buff, everything will be taken away from the hand of Clutch TZ. Not a good sign for the side of Yama Esports, but there is a but, always a but. And this but is about the holding the game. Last time the scenario was same. Everything was there for Sekershan, but the hold up, the last class still onto the Lord, makes their way into the match, and it was Toby's Natan. This time Toby on the carry, he finds a double, he's getting that power spike, and you have a scaling type of draft into your hand, so you might go for that late game punishing or late game clutch.
True, but I'm kind of having a bit of a question about Clutch TZ. He's really trying to play too aggressive. Once again, he's going all by himself while the team is not even there, and he might just get taken down. Once again, the same fate and Dark. He wanted to help, but it might just be too much for him to survive at this point. There will be a bit of taunt coming in, but Big this time falls in the damage of Toby. That's one member down. It's a 3v4 regardless. And Yama Esports, they need to go for the defense, but a flicker, I am offended, misses out completely by Fate, and now Abyss TZ is onto the front line, while two of the backlines are trying to deal the damage, but still there is nothing much to do without those minions. But again, Romcom with the bravest fighter will be getting a good zone. But again, Vile is getting CC'd and he will fall once Thoro has his power spike and is doing wonders with the damage. Two of the inhibitors fall and Yama Esports base will be wide open. Once again, we are looking at a deja vu from game number 1. Now all that matters is slowing this game down, because for Toby, he really requires his item, and for a Clutch TZ, I think he should be playing around his team. And I think we are looking at a lack of synergy with this pick, right? But again, see, almost getting caught off by the side of team Sekershan.
Look at the zone. The C curve already been met, and it is for the defense. It is not to let Rarin enter into the Lord zone and steal it out from the hand of Vensatoro. But still, he wants to go there. Okay, Easy Lord comes up there, as well as Mountain Shock release. He waiting for those chase, but AOG comes up. Abyss TZ not there to make sure that his team members will be fine. Godlike secured by Vensatoro. Rapidly falls down, double onto Dark. Can it be a triple at this moment? No, they will be coming back at this point. The Abyssal Arrow will be connected onto Romcom. Doesn't matter. Will not gonna flinch any of the things for him, but this inhibitors not being there will be a bigger trait for them, because the Lord is coming into the Nexus. Before that, they will be going inside the base, will be locking it down. Violet falls down into the trap of Fate. And now, an easy win coming for the side of Sekershan. They made its way for the third game decider. 1-1 is the score. You had boiled the blood of Sekershan, and now they are just coming back with the rage. The victory for SS. And the score will be settled as well. 1-1. We're gonna witness game number 3, Shinryu. Yama versus Sekershan. A game number 3. a cherry on the top of cake for the viewers, for the caster, for everybody. But what could be the draft? Already 2 matches done. A lot of things been revealed. A lot of term cards been revealed. What do you think? What will be coming up next? But before that, let's talk about the match. What happened in the statistics? What happened in the game? It was more like Abyss carrying out the game so far. But then it was doomed when Plus TZ falls again and again. Fate this time will be the MVP, the player of the match with a 6-11 KDA.
Yeah, I think Fade at this time, he was like so on point with those complete chain control the side of Team Secret Shine were pulling, and I think Clutch TZ was really out of position at a lot of those times, and even his team could not help for while he felt off in the late game. And even though the Valentina was not really doing too well, I think once the team was winning, the Valentina just had to do one thing, just go for those those taunts as well, I mean those terrifies as well. So that's what she did. And for one Satoru, he had free farming the entire game. He even had a Wind of Nature, man. What do you want more from this guy? Even if he go against the carry 1v1, I think he could have just pulled it off at this point. And even though Yama Esports had a very good scaling lineup for the late game, I think Sacred Shine, they outscaled Yama Esports for the majority of the game, and they had a very good control over the gold, provided that they were getting the shutdowns left and right. They were having the number advantage. They got that winning situation, the winning objectives into the game. Really pushes your team so much closer and makes the victory so much easier. And I think Sacred Shine, they just played their A game, man. This was a perfect display of how they normally play, and they just did it. I think there's nothing too out of the ordinary for Sacred Shine to do, but I think Yama Esports, they need to pull off a better synergy this time around, because for Arwen or for Clutch TZ aka as well, so he was looking a bit off with the team. The team was not in proper sync. They had a very good draft, of course, but the sync was definitely missing out for this game. But again, Sacred Shine, I think we have no complaints from their end, isn't it, Ash? But at the same time, Ash, I would love for the viewers to know about the giveaway. What is it about? Tell them, man.
5,000 diamonds, 450 likes, guy. So just like it down there, and the mods are there. If you will be active more into the chat, you're actually gonna grab up those 5,000 diamonds. But this head-to-head for the Violet and the Valentina onto the hand of Bid was not a head-to-head. I'm not sure why Violet went for that Selena, but it was not worthy choice for him, because the Abyssal Arrow was not connecting so properly, and he was getting off guard a lot of times, and the CC by the Ruby's hook. And if you're going to talk about the Bravest Fighter as well, chasing him down every time, even the AOG reaching out the backline was the main problem for Violet to sustain it out. But there you go. This is the R-Lot of Dark versus Lapu Lapu of Romcom, and it's always Romcom with the 2-1-10 winning out that lane phase as well as the team fight phase against Dark. But there was a proper setup happened by Dark with a final slash grabbing up 3 members, but the follow-up was late. The carry will goes to Fate, of course, the gold standard, and the Van Satoru this time. The online phase jungler will be the Reach guy, and the Sandbag will be the LAN jungler. Plus TZ literally absorb a lot of damages, but there was no one to actually finish up when he was getting out all those damage. And the Wingman goes to Etorio with a 13 assist. Beautifully done. Beautifully being there in each and every fight. His team fight participation was 70% plus. So, and with this, it is Team Sacred Shine who will be taking on this game to game number 3, the decider game, the tiebreaker for this round robin stage. Nobody wants to start their round robin with a defeat. Not Sacred Shine, not Yama Esports. So this game will be a legendary one. Let's see who will be grabbing it up. Will it be Yama Esports with their off-meta picks, or will it be Sacred Shine with their fighter goal? Every time they goes for this, they win it. The first game was into their palm, but it just got away by that Clutch steal onto the Lord and Toby onto the Entropi's push, that mighty push, or you can that rage onto the base when he find out that win. But Team Sacred Shine managed to maintain the score with the win into the second game. Now the third game is coming in, and it will be the biggest game for both these sides. Everybody wants to win this game. Yama Esports, what's their strategy? Team Sacred Shine, what they will go for? Khalid. Can a Khalid be the option for Sacrifice's Roamer Atoria, or are we gonna see something change into the banning phase? Because the same pretty bans has been done by the Yama Esports. They're kind of locking down the options for Van Satoro. But in the second game, Van Satoro pulled the jungling option in the first picking phase. So this time also, are you going to stop Van, or you're going to stop a little bit more members? Because the all-out pick might be the first pick from Dark, because they don't want to give it out to the to Romcom. That was the reason. But it was the Lapu Lapu which got flexed there. It got into the hand of Romcom, and the Ruby was the option for Fate, and he did it well, so well. But Toby too with the carry. So do you think, Shindu, are we gonna see a fighter gold this time from the Yama side, or they will be going for those MM?
You know what? I'm trying to sync, or I'm trying to put every question that you asked me one by one, because you asked me so many questions. I kind of forgot some of them at this point. So first, you told me whether whether Art will pick up the Khalid, right? Yeah, I think that could be an option. Yes, this is the Rangers Grass map, but I think rather than the Khalid, I think it's the Grok as well as the Rutkacha is working really well for him. I don't think so he needs to change. And if he wants to go for something else, maybe go for the Kalea if it's left open. I think that can also be a very good option. But I think at this point you need something that can, crowd control or give the CC to multiple members instead of one. So I think that can really work well. For Sacred Shrine, they are really a very textbook team, let's just say. They just play as a 5. They have a very good synergy amongst their teammates. They go in as a 5. They partake in this team fight as a 5. And that's why they get most of the advantage. For Yama Esports, I think in the previous game, they were able to synergize around each other. Since this is a very new lineup that you're looking at, with the members, just recently joining in as well for Toby as well as Raren. The rest 3, they have been there from a long time, I think, a couple of months for sure. But still, at this point, I think they should be focusing on the synergy. Maybe not do everything by textbook, but at least complement each other in their gameplay. If one is playing aggressive, then the other one should really provide the backup at some point, but don't play too aggressive at the same time. I think that kind of backfires. So at this point, again, Sacred Shrine will be getting the first pick. The bans are already there. They will take away the Hilda. I think that's a very good steal, given the fact that Abistizi had been spamming this hero from the previous 2 games and had been putting so much pressure on towards Bid that he had to really play passive, and that can really hamper the gameplay. But still, the side of teams Yama Esports, they would not let go of the Fredrin, a comfort pick for Clutch TZ aka Raren, and I think that's a very good start. They're really good with that hero, but still I think they need to play around with the synergy. For Dark, this hero did not work too well, but at the same time you cannot give it freely to Romcom, so you have to choose a poison, and that's what they did. But man, I think this is a very difficult hero to reach towards with those 2 heroes. The Eve I'm talking about, Ash, because if you think about it, the Eve will get very heavily protected with those 2 front lines.
Yep, indeed. And currently in the second banning phase, I believe they will be going for those Xbog, or might be going for the Ishenshin ban as well. They really want to corner the each and every options for Van Satoro, but this guy is having lesser hero pool, but he can go with those off meta like Karina or Gwynny. Last pick, okay, in the first picking phase, I was hoping for a Kalea into the hand of Abistizi, but no. It's the time for Toby to shine onto his Natan pick once again. My question got answered here very fast. That I was hoping him to go for a fighter MM, but no, he's going for a gold MM like Natan into his hand. Let's see how it goes into the latter phase. Ishenshin ban already been done by the side of Team Yama Esports, and so do the Farsa will be taken out. Chushin, Farsa, 2 mid lane ban. Kimi is the last option. They might go for that as well. But Yuzhong being open. Could it be the option for Romcom? Because I don't know. This Lapula once again might be the flex.
Yeah, I think it could be once again, because it's still a very 50-50 draft that we're looking at. I think against the Arlord, the Yuzhong really works well as well. But at the same time, they do not want to leave open the Guinevere, which is again a very good hero against the Fredin as well, because the Fredin cannot really move. Given the fact the crowd control, it needs to be kind of less for him. I think if you overload him with the crowd control, it's very difficult for Fredin to do too much to get actually the stacks accumulated properly. But if we take a look at the the draft this time around, right? The Hilda, it will be stolen. For the Fredrin as well as the Arlord, it is repicked. It's kind of different actually. The Yama Esports, they were onto the blue side previously, so they came to the red side. And for the I think the Lapu Lapu is still the same pick. If they, the question is, do they want to still pick up Garud Kacha into this draft? If they can, if they want to, they can flex this Hilda into the EXP lane. Or maybe they can still go for a Uranus. I think that's a good hero to go for as well. If they want to. The Kimi, very staple pick. But in terms of range, kind of lacks against the Eve. But still, I think I would love the damage to be there. But 2 damage dealer being locked up, 1 more is left. But for the side of Team Sacred Shrine, I think they need a very good jungler. So what are the options? I can see a few. Maybe the Fanny could be one of those options, right? If Van Satura wants to really, pull it out, I think that's a very good hero for him. Apart from that, you can still go for the X-Borg. I think that's left open as well. So maybe that could be another choice, but a bit risky, I think. But no, man, oh man. Okay, they pick up a Thamuz. Alongside that, they go for the Joy against the Fredrin, which is technically a counter, but what's good a counter if you can just, counter the hero itself before it can counter you?
I was hoping for the Xbox though, but no, it's a Joy coming in. There's a little Leonine being picked up by, Sacred Shrine. But even though the taunts from the Fedder is a counter.
What?
What?
Jawhead?
Jawhead, okay. I was teasy. Onto the Jawhead in this meta. And then there is only the Eve and Joy, whom you can go for those bites. But
a bit too risky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I think even the Kalea or maybe the Chow could have been better. I don't know, man. I might be a bit skeptical, but still, I think it's good to actually reach the backline. The Joy is really good to reach the backline with the Unbreakable Force.
Yeah, but still, you need something heal for the Fedrin. Kalea could have been. Kalea could have also been there, who can reach out the backline. But the main thing is, he could have bring up that Purify, so he can bring up that thing against the Jawhead as well. I mean, if you're going for the ejector,
we are talking about bid. He did not even take a Purify against a Selena, man. Like, hey, hello. I don't know what to say about that, but I mean a bit risky with the Jawhead, I would say, but regardless, I think it's a very well round of draft, isn't it? Ash TC, don't leave me out like that, man. I'm waiting for your response. No. You're supposed to say yes. You mean no? Okay, this is not a good draft. Okay, Ash, I see.
No, I have words to say. It's more like, Fedrin being there. It might be the chance that Rarin can pull out a big win for the side of Yama. They're going for a big gamble, but ladies and gentlemen, you know what? We are entering into the Land Dawn for the 3rd time of the evening, and it is the Yama Esports versus Sacred Shrine going on. 1-for-1 the score is, and you're watching right now Mythic Showdown Season 2 powered by War Drum Games, and this is the round robin stage, day number 1, game number 1.
You know what? I honestly thought the Thamuz, once it was picked, I thought it was Jungle Thamuz. I did not anticipate it to be the EXP Thamuz, but then again, it got answered immediately once, I saw the Joy. So I was kind of disappointed, kind of happy 50-50, but still, we need to take a look at the itemization, not the itemization, the emblems here, the priority emblems or the prior emblems. It's not too difficult, except for the fact that the Eve that is bid actually went for the Bargain Hunter. That is Bargain Hunter, right? That is Bargain Hunter, yeah. So, same is for the Nathan as well. Nothing too crazy. For the Jawhead, is going for the Wilderness Blessing to actually move around much quickly. And surprisingly, Hilda is not going for the Wilderness Blessing. I think the mobility is kind of enough for the Hilda, right? She needs a bit more tankiness. By this point, Romco might be the target, but able to get back out pretty safely. So, it's safe to say, it's a very 50-50 draft, man. And a 50-50 game for the early half.
This Thamuz pick is more like not to the sustain part, it's more like onto the damage. He will be building out it, and he will be sustaining out with the help of the ultimate. So this is like a brawl game. We're gonna watch out for Sacred Shrine, I believe.
But
from the Yama side.
so much poke damage too, right? Constant poke from Yama, so they can, take longer fights, isn't it? Just like this on the mid lane, with Flecker waited out.
Kimmy being there against Eve, and like the early phase, it will be onto the hand of the Kimmy. But now, okay, a little bit of poke once
Ooh.
again coming out from the side of Sacrishine. The turtle being on, Joy need to be taking it out, Van Satoro, or it might gonna be a contest from the side of Yama Esports as well. Rhythm of Joy being used, goes back there.
Huh?
You have
Oi!
the electrifying base, but
Ejector!
now the flicker comes out for Atorio. He was got ejected by Abyss, but now the turtle getting deflected away. Okay, the comes from Dark will be falling down into the hand of Atorio. First blood secured by Yama Esports. Retreat popped up. Vansador will be the one clutching it out. Appraiser's Wraith comes up. A lot of damage being coming on to the Clusteezy, and Clusteezy falling down there. This time Atorio will be playing the set just like Abyss and claiming a 2-0-0 KDA. And not only
No
that, a double
way.
was about to come. Rhythm of Joy. And with this, it is over. 4-0 the start is a dreamy start in a do-or-die set for Sacrishine.
Yeah, but still they're going in aggressive under the sec. Oh my god, the purple buff is there, and 2 more kills picked it up by the side of Team Sacrishine. Now the traction coils come through, but might be a bit too late. They cannot burst down that hill that this early up top, though. 1v1 against Fate versus Toby. I think, the side of Team Sacrishine, they definitely won the number game in the total pit because they were 5 against 4. Toby did not rotate, and now he will get engaged on the RWM. Everything expanded on towards him. What do you do about that? But he get a shutdown. That's a good one. That's a good one. But the ejector connects. Once the row gets shut down as well, and that's a huge bounties that they're receiving. Yama Esports seems like the treasure box is open for them.
It's like, Toby was not anticipating that gank onto him. It was the full family gank. Everybody was there throwing out everything. But now Viole wants to go back, but he got down there, and Fate as well.
Yeah,
3-4-3 is the score is. But now the Lava Golem, it might get still out. They're giving the hindrance onto that jungling for Clusteezy, and for that reason, Clusteezy is right now a little bit low with the levels.
True. I think for the side of Yama Esports, they need to protect Toby as much as they can. You can see the goal ranking already. He's leading it. And he needs to keep on leading it throughout this game. That's very big objective for the side of Team Yama Esports to actually attain into winning this game. I think that's one of their winning condition as well. And with the next turtle already coming up, the previous one, objective 1 was into the hands of Sacrishine. Now, if they can take it away, I think they can establish a very good goal lead. As you can see already, the engage is there by Romcom. Is trying to chunk down the HP from Clusteezy. The team members will be there. There's entropy as well as the damage being dished out, but not really enough for anybody to fall. The RWM will be painted out onto the map. The chessboard is out, but it's a very good zoning mechanism. And now, Vanzatoro wants to go into the turret with the flicker being used properly. And WSTZ will be falling by the hands of Fate. Now, Toby's locked in, does not have a way out. He falls too big, picks up the kill. But Vanzatoro is low on HP, and Yama Esports will not leave him alone. Will pick up the kill, and with this, the teams will be losing 2 of their members, but Yama Esports, they still have their jungler, so that might be a good thing. Brave Spider used up by Fate, but he cannot find the way to go in. He needs to back out because he actually goes into the flanker onto his Wile. He's low but survives. A good kite away by the side of Yama Esports mid laner, but still Sacrishine, they're also aggressive and they're getting the lead because of that, man. Like, what else can we say? I think Yama Esports, they're not really able to respond so good because they're not having the damage in the early game.
That was a good one. I mean, the top side fight, and it was like Van Sotoro was hiding in the bush, but then the miscommunication. He thought no, he might got slip away from the hand of Atorio, but no, Atorio managed to take him down there. And in the end, Van falls down. But doesn't matter, the second turtle being easily grabbed up by the side of Sacrishine, giving out them a 2-6-9-0 lead onto the goal. And now a little bit of fight coming out there. Electrifying Blitz got used. Throne Lizard will be taken away from the hand of Rarain. And these creeps are really being mostly mattered for Rarain because he needs that level up for himself. Right now, he's not having that level up, and he's kind of having that backlash. But onto the way into the bot side, there is entropy being used. Got into the safer zone, but there you go. A fight being put up. The Moose needs to go back, Romcom. And in the way, it is the ejector flame comes up. A lot of damage being come onto that Toria, but he will be fine. He's that sustained tank there.
Look at Toby.
I think Toby, he's doing a good job by staying away from the fight. For as for Abistizi, he's trying. He's definitely trying to get the good ejector, but still, Wiley does not have the flicker, getting zoned out. Oh, he actually has the flicker, gets back, but gets instantly taken down. And now one more will be falling. Romcom takes down Dark, and this will open up the tier 1 down bot. But meanwhile, cross map play will definitely take place from the side of Team Yama Esports. Toby finds the tier 1 up top. Now the question is, with the goal lead Sekershan has been able to accumulate, how are they going to use it? But once again, we'll take an instant replay. It started off with the ejector play and Arturo getting out. He did not have the flick, so he just walked out, I would say. But again, I think one more engage is happening onto the live cam. We can already see the side of Team Yama Esports getting pushed out with the RWM. So they are still safe. I think nobody got taken down. But look at this fight. Like, Wiley, he used the flicker and instantly taken down by Fate. Like, he was ready for it. And so is Dark. So I think Yama Esports, they are not having the best start or even the way to actually slow down this game, because Team Sacred Shrine, they are able to maintain the tempo, the momentum of the game so well that even Toby, I think he's having a bad day, right? He's getting jumped on by so many members.
Turtle spawn for the third time, and it might be Rarin who is contesting it out solo. But they're to the mid side. A solo kill will be there for Vanthor. Instant one coming up for him. Went for the rhythm of joy. Pauli falls down. Now Clusteezy is getting cornered, getting zoned by Terrio. And with that, the mid tier 1 falling down. The expansion to the jungle area will be done by the side of Sacred at this point. The bigger trade being accumulated by them. They neglected the third turtle, and now it is the time for the Lord. Appraiser's Wraith being used. Dark goes in with a slash. Romcom falls down there. A slain happen onto him. Beautifully Fate joining the team fight. I might be going for the follow-up. Ejector happen. Entropy as well. A lot of damage being dished out by Artorio. Rhythm of Joy being coming in. Artorio with the power of water wave. Boom! It will be Dark falling down there. Water Redemption comes up. You took out Romcom. You will be taken out as well. And with this, it's the time for the Lord. But I don't know why Sakushan is not into the Lord. It's maybe because of Romcom being not there.
Yeah, I think they're still not yet to take their chances without Romcom on the map, because I already mentioned, right, they would like to play as 5, but look at the position from Artorio, man. Like, bro is so aggressive, and Team Yama Esports, they don't even know he's hiding out there. Nobody's checking that bush yet. I think he will be getting his vision really shortly, but again, there's another fight instigated by the side of Team Sacred Shrine. They want to bait out the skills, but the Lord, meanwhile, taken out by Satoru. Now Artorio goes on the background onto Stubi's target, but can he take on the kill? The entropy will be used. Artorio getting a chunk of damage, and his HP is falling really short, and he will get gunned down by the side of 2 marksmen of Team Yama Esports while he picked up the kill. And with this, the fight is again 4v5. The ejector connects once Satoru falls, taken off the map. Yama Esports, now they have the number advantage, but with the Lord marching down, I think this is still not the game-ending push from the side of Team Sacred Shrine. They still need a bit more time for actually to end this game, but still, Yama Esports, this is a very good thing for them. They are able to buy some time for their damage dealers to actually come online.
Of course, and now Sakushan, they have a good setup for them. They got the Lord into the hand. The tier 2 are falling down from the bot side. And it is time for the Holy Blessings though, but they're not actually interested onto it. They're more interested to grab up some more tiers onto the top. The lane pressure is there, but they wants to go for a fight. Artorio started it away, but it will be a safe play coming out from the Yama Esports. They really want to hold the game up because they got the Natan into the hand of Toby. They knows that into the late game they might gonna surpass Sacred Shrine, but is this thing going to happen? Because it is Sacred Shrine we're talking about, number 1 team of India. But now the ejector play with the flicker comes up. It will be the unstoppable force, but RWM popping over there as well. The follow-up is so good, and with this, the bravest fighter from Fate as well. Romcom with the one taking out Avisteezy, ripping him up there. Violet taking out Romcom as well. 1 for 1. The redemption happen. A little bit extension coming out from Van, but he will be taken out as well. Violet with the double. Can it be another skirmish coming out from SS here? No, I don't believe so. But Toby and Violet are right now online. The magic penetration is here. And Van, why, man? Why? Why you wants to be a little bit bloodlusting there?
We are looking the same mistakes from the game number 1. Yama Esports, they're being patient, which is a very good thing, but I think it's very unnecessary movements coming out from the side of Team Sacred Shine. Now Fade has to be forced to use the bravest fighter, and he might just get melted down. He's able to sustain, he's able to just get the HP back up, but for how long is the question? Look at that, he's able to flicker out, still survives by shutting down the members of Team Yama Esports. Bought enough time for his team to be spawned back on the map. And now Art just picked up one very crucial item, one of the damage item in fact. It's gonna be the Hepta Seize. So I think for Toby, he needs to be extremely careful about his positioning. Even Art can punish him down. So yes, a lot of threats in this game, man. I think Toby is not really gonna have a very good sleep tonight after, if he lose, he's not gonna have a very good night because of the nightmares he will be facing from this game. But still, Yama Esports, their main concern should be getting back the gold as well as not letting Team Sacred Shine end with this lot, even if it goes to their side. So the question is, how do they do it? One, they can just punish one Saturo or lock down Bid, because Bid has been freely hitting them all this while. There's nobody just marking him down, man.
Of course, but this is the time for the slot to come in, and it is here, guys. And I don't believe like Team Yama Esports will actually go for the contest. With 3K goal lead is already stating that there is no contest coming in, but there you go. This time they're gone. They will be taking him out as well. Ejector play comes up, and Satoro with the one, giving out the penetration to Class TZ and finally get him to the hand as well. But now the retaliation happened. A lot of damage being dished out by Alligators back there. Look at the final slash comes up. Would not be enough to grab up Romcom there. And now a preload without the jungler of Yama Esports. Not yet to come and contest it out. So uncontested one. A second lot in Feral will be coming in soon. So okay.
Ash, you saw what I saw, right? Don't tell me you didn't see that. Yes, the Holy Crystal is finally in the house, baby. So I think it's gonna be a bit less problem for Yama Esports. A little bit less, but nevertheless, I think they still need a little bit more time to actually accumulate the item. For Kimi, he has the DHS, but you cannot see the damage coming through because he is yet to complete his build. He's just 3 items in, not enough. Not having the stacks onto the Sky Piercer will also be a problem. So I think, altogether, the beefy front line from the side of Team Sacred Shine has been the constant problem. Even though, they have the tools to punish, but I think they do not have the range to actually compete with the Eve, who has been free hitting all this while. And while the Lord is marching down from the bot lane, Sacred Shine, they're trying to take down the tier 2 onto the mid lane, as well as sink the wave. So they're trying to they're looking to end this game at this point. But again, you can see the gunning down by 2 of the junglers, 2 of the actually marksmen from the side of Team Yama Esports is still constantly being there. The Lord will take down the inhibitor, but can they end here, Ash? It's going to be the question.
Let's see the Lord going in there. The final slash got used, as well as a lot of resources being burned up to defend this Lord.
And they still cannot actually do it. They're just waiting for it. They're just, not going to push it again. They made the mistake once here, and they do not want to, go for that overextension once again, Ash, right? So they'll just, calm themselves. They'll not make the same mistakes that they made in the first game as well as through the game. But again, Artori will be spotted out by Abyss TZ. And look how fast his HP is getting burned out. Like, just the second skill, man. Just the second skill, Ash. So that's enough to actually just, punish him down or, even take the HP down for the chunky members. So this is going to be a really big problem, it seems, though. So we'll see, how it goes from there. But again, Yama Esports, if they want to pull the guns, they can do it, but it might just come at a very big cost. At this point, the RWM will be locking down. They will lose out their mortality onto Abyss TZ, but look at the dive from or onto was while able to get out, but still the HPs have been chunked way too low. So Yama Esports, they need to go back. Only one flick worst just expended of the team fight. Abyss TZ had to burn it to survive, but brought enough time now. Without the RWM, I think it's still a chance for Yama Esports. But will they come in? It's going to be the question. No, Abyss TZ just get bolted down. And now, down goes one Saturo. Okay, Arturi was low HP, but able to get out. But now the bravest fighter was there. But still, can they punish the Princess Rush come through? But not. And not the Princess Rush. It's going to be the damage from the 2 of the members, but still low HP targets are there. Class TZ goes back in. He wants to lock onto his bid, but he has the flicker. Arturi will be spotted out, but still, Yama Esports, they might have found a room to engage, but both the teams are 4 members up. The Lord will be up in a few seconds. The waves are not in favor of team Yama Esports here, Ash TC.
Yeah, the lane pressure from the bot side because of the inhibitor being taken down. And now the Vansatoro will be there soon into the Land of Dawn in just 2 seconds. So it might be the chance that he will come and contest it out. But it is Team Yama Esports really
Oh,
going for this lot. And look at the damage
it.
being done by the Entropy. And he's in the back line there. Let's see. It will be Clutch Easy finding the lot there. Toby falls down in the hand of Torio. He goes into the back line.
Oh, no.
Taking him down. They're melting Mingjad.
Just
Oh my
easy.
goodness. He falls down as well by Bid there. And now is there getting chased down. Electrifying is coming up. Even though they got the Lord into their hand, but they need to get humbled by the side of Sacred Shine. They need to get back there because two of their member will be taken down, and it's just Viole being there. Can he manage to defend it out? Let's see. The waves is coming up there as well. Ejector play might come up. In the meantime, Romcom goes in, finds a kill onto Average Easy. They will be locking down the base. Finally finds the unstoppable, but it will not be enough to getting a defense onto the base because it is Sacred Shine who will be claiming the win tonight with a 2-1 in this BO3 series. What a win it was. Lot slipped away from their pocket, but doesn't matter. The waves was the one. They carried it out to the base and they managed to crutch out onto the crown and making it pop. And there you go. It is Sacred Shine, guys, taking on the victory from the very first day of the round robin stage. And what a game from Yama Esports. They tried their best. They threw everything in this match, but it is the #1 team, guys, you're facing on.
Man, oh man, what a play. I think the Lord was like a Hail Mary play coming out from Team Yama Esports. They were a bit too, I think, desperate in that moment, but still the player of the match Bid with that, I think, elite positioning, with that untouchable positioning onto the mid lane. Like, man, oh man, that was some kind of faker kind of thing, from LOL, the League of Legends. But still, I think, I do not want to compare the players first of all. It's just, it reminded me of that. But still, I think Bid was untouchable throughout this game. Those RWM so on point, so vital. And the damage was so important for the teams to actually just punish the low HP targets at the same time. But again, Ash, it all comes down to the point that the Fredrin did not really walk too well. It is not.
Shinryu,
It was there, but you have to see. You have to see.
I mean, I know it's about the KDA, but Shinryu, you have said me something from the very beginning. This Toby, who got scaled up in the late game, if he does not have a good position, that might cost the whole game.
I'll come to that. I'll come to that.
Give him that nightmare.
I'll come to that. Okay, I feel why the Fredrin did not work, because he was just taking hits after hits. He could not get out away from the Thamus. He was getting slowed down. He was getting, stunned up while his team was taking the damage. Like, he could not do too much. Like, he was able to secure, I think, one lot throughout this game. And I think even the Jawhead, yes, the Unstoppable Force as well as the Ejector were good. But who's gonna punish? Wile? He does not have the burst damage. He was doing really good, but not enough. I think he lacked the stack. For Toby, he was doing good, but in the early game, he got marked very heavily. Afterwards, he got the items, he can see the complete build. But Artorio, man, he's on a different level. Like, he just was head on. Like, I think this is a reverse treatment from what Abyss-TZ did to Bid from the game #1 and 2, right? Completely just, jumping onto us and not really leaving any room for that space, because that's what the winning strategy was for the side of Yama Esports. They tried that and they could not do it. For Wile, he had the stack, and now that I look at like 7, 4, and 3, but I think it's not enough to actually just punish everyone, because you can see a lot of the times the low HP targets, they were running away, they were able to survive. And for Art, I think Artorio, this case, he played absolutely phenomenal, man. Like, he was doing the work of the roamer while dealing the damage. Like, we saw this from Abyss-TZ. It started with Abyss-TZ's, Hilda, it continued on, and man, like, I am a bit flabbergasted, but I think Yama Esports, that desperation at the end, kind of throw the game off balance and pave the way for Team Sacred Shine to end the game, honestly.
I can't see that. Toby onto the reach guy, and carry goes to Bid though, and the sandbag, as you mentioned, like all those damages getting hitted onto him, and he was there every time like a sandbag, absorbing all those damages. But it was obviously Toby's, not gonna say Toby's fault, but that guy, that's up to you, Toby. You played so well in this game.
But what can we say? There is the winner, there is the loser, and this time it is Yama Esports. But I believe these mistakes, this throw you have done in this game, they might gonna reconcile it and come back stronger, because this is just the start. You have more 6 games to come, 6 BO3s. You can settle the things there, and you can come to Guwahati to face off Sacrishine. If they will qualify, you're gonna meet them there and can give that everything you have. You wanted to give them in the finals, in the semi-finals, in the playoffs, you can say. But what a game it was. Sacrishine well played. So do Yama Esports. It went to the third game, and we saw a lot of things happening in the third game. The last Lord into the hand of team Yama Esports. But then it is like the deja vu, as mentioned by my friend from the first game. Like the follow-up push happened, and they went straight into the base, locked down it, and there was the Thamuz into the hand of Romcom. There was a damage build Thamuz. And then Lapu was in the damage build. So everybody was there into the damage, but that last solo mistake, why? I mean, that could be the question. Why, Toby? Why? Why, Toby? Why you will do that? I mean, at that moment, I thought like there was a hope. There was a moment. Yama Esports can come back, can grind it on to the champions, onto the 9 out of 9 win streak. They can change something tonight, but it's okay. It's okay. You need a lot more to actually crush out the tyrant right now. Sacrishine, the real tyrant, the unbeatable kings are still going to be unbeatable in Mythic Showdown Season 2. A challenge to all those 7 teams. I mean, it's already over for Yama, so 6 teams. Can you defeat Sacrishine? If you have the guts, take up the challenge and do the things. But the giveaway is going on for our viewers. 5,000 diamonds for the viewers. And you have to do a small thing for us, that is get interacted into the chat and do like our stream. Let it reach 450, and then you'll have the chance to grab up those 5,000 diamonds. It's me, STZ, and Shinryu taking our farewell. I mean, signing off from Mythic Showdown Season 2, day number 1 of Round Robin stage. But there are 2 more matches coming in. Rntx and Crux Requiem, and more teams to come on to the stage for the Round Robin. So be there, stay tuned. We'll be see you. And with this, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for watching. Love you all. See you soon.
Do you think I'm crazy? After an exhilarating match between Team Shine and Yama Esports, we are back again with another banger of a match, which is going to be happening between Crux Requiem and Team Daku Sena. Because, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mythic Showdown Season 2. But it's not day 2, it's day 1 of the round robin phases, aka the LAN qualifiers. The top 4 teams from this stage will make it to the LAN event in Guwahati itself. Yes, the venue has been confirmed. I mean the location, and it is going to be in Guwahati. No more rumors and no more uncertainties anymore. So if you're from Guwahati, oh, you can already you can already save some money for the tickets. And if you're outside of Guwahati, or you're basically in the northeast, or even if you're maybe outside of northeast, you can start booking the tickets pretty soon, which will go live on our website at December 1st. But with it, of course, we will soon dive into the match. Myself, Ray, gonna be your analysis for tonight, of course, because the one joining me is one of the best hype, not a man, woman in India. It's going to be Sarah herself, the talented play-by-play caster. So Sarah, welcome back. And of course, wow, how convenient, somehow you're always casting the Daku Sena games. I don't know how does it keep happening though.
I don't know either, Ray. Like, maybe
Yeah,
it's just the bit of affinity that I have for the specific team and the attachment I have to a certain player that makes me able to cast their games. And honestly, it has
Not the
been working
management.
out for them. It has been working out for them pretty well so far, and I believe that if the streak keeps going, they should be performing well into the round robin stage as well. Today marks their first game against the top dogs, the very beasts, the Crux Requiem team, which has got some of the best players all over India into their specific group. So it's going to be a very competitive match between the two teams, and we're really excited to witness what goes on.
Absolutely, because I do think Crux Requiem also has 2 really young members as well. If I'm not wrong, they're also below 18 or maybe just 18. So basically young talents. I mean, I think almost all the teams do have a young talent on their hand. Maybe not all of the teams, but most of the teams do have 1 young talent. But I think CRQ is the only team with 2 young talents on their hand. So maybe, with being younger comes faster reflexes. It's proven by biology, guys. So, that's the reason, some players retire because your reflexes just slow down. I'm just kidding. That's not the reason some legends they stay. I mean, League of Legends got their own. Oh, should I be mentioning that? I should not be. I'm just okay. Anyways, I mean, to be fair, if I mention some football goat, I think that it's fine. I think I can mention esports thingies, man. But anyways, we will soon dive into the draft all in just 10 seconds, and we'll see the fate, as it's going to be a best of 3 series round robin stage. And if you don't know about the point system, always remember, it's a clean sweep, you get 3 points. And if it's not a clean sweep, it's 2-1. You share the points, you get 2 points for yourself, you give away 1. And if you lose on a sweep, it's 0. Get it? So that's the strategy. So let's see which team can gain the most points and who can be on the top 4. So with it, we're going to be jumping into the drafting phase. It's going to be Daku Sena on the first pick and Crux Requiem on the other side. So let's see, what do they start off with?
Yes, and DS has started it off with the Baxia ban, kind of reading into CRQ's game style, which is pretty good. And even CRQ, judging from the fact they have a server disadvantage, plus DS has the first pick, do not want Ryu to pick up on his Lancelot, so it is going to be into the ban section. On for the side of DS though, they definitely need something early game, possibly the Lapu Lapu, possibly the Hilda, which got a recent buff just today, while CRQ also aim for a very similar kind of draft. The only difference is between Haitatsu today, who will be replacing Jazz for the first game, and Array, who Haitatsu loves the teamfight comms, while Array loves the pick-off heroes, especially the Killia. So we will be definitely seeing some very bang-on clashes into this game.
It's going to be the Broken Walls map, so I'm expecting the Grok to be coming in, because you don't want Grok to be rebuilding things, because you want things broken as they are. So let's see if this is going to be banned. But what is that? Crux Requiem, are you somehow... Because that Louis ban is very... out of pocket, I would say, because, two reasons. First of all, yes, I get it. That's one of the signature picks for, who is Peter. But Louis is, very outdated right now. It's almost, somehow this Louis has won them a game or something. But I don't know, man, these days. But just kidding. But generally, that Louis ban is honestly very out of the pocket. If anything, this just makes it easier for Daku Sena to pick up a Eve. And yes, you can target the Eve easily, but at the same time, Huispira has had really good win rate and really great positioning with the Eve. So I think if we were going to be gambling on the chance of that, I would not. Like, trying to force him onto Eve more, I think that's not a worth it bait, honestly. I think there were better options, and the better option was the Hilda. They just leave away the buffed Hilda to Daku Sena. Why so?
It's Haitatsu, and it is going to be a Hilda for the side of DS. Haitatsu picking it up. However, CRQ instantly lock in on the Herald. So denying Funny, judging from the fact that they have banned out on the Esmeralda, CRQ just decides to lock in onto that hero and give Executor one of his comforts. We have seen the Herald pick a lot of times in the scrims, and it has worked out for them, sometimes has not. We'll have to see how DS decides to play against that specific hero. Funny Valentine, not gonna name his picks, but everybody knows what he can choose to pick up against the Herald. The Garukata comes in as well. Good frontlining, going to be helping CRQ a lot. DS here can definitely go in for Jukshin pick, very viable still now. The Kimi is available too, but with the recent nerf, it depends on how much Peter is going to be comfortable along with Haitatsu, since they haven't played that many games together. However, Mr. Harambush decides to lock in onto the Black Dragon, going to be marking down the backline quite a lot. With the Lapu out of the board, 27 has the option of picking up on the Alice as well as the R-Lot onto the EXP, and we'll see what he goes in for. While, okay, DS still decides to lock in onto the Eve.
Yep. I think it was very obvious. It is going to be the Eve. I think Huispira has had, on through the Swiss stages, I think the best of one, all of the series in the best of one series, right? All of that games, DS, I think, have had a really good performance with the Eve, especially Huispira. I think many teams had been ignoring the Eve for quite a while, I think, for some reason. On the other side, I think this marks a debut, is it, for a male hero for Hiron Bush on the EXP lane? Because if I'm not mistaken, he has been spamming the Esmeralda relentlessly, and last game it was an Alice, which will be taken away from him. So a little bit interesting decision, but still I think it will be pretty good considering the Yuzhong does protect. Not only is a good pick, it's also going to save Peter from a headache of a dragon coming from the side of CRQ itself. So let's just see, because Alice doesn't come with the Petrify, so it might be a little bit easier. Yes, she does have the unpredictability with, of course, the Throne of Ruin being a flicker combo thing, but at the same time, that Petrify sometimes can be more dangerous, because I think it also comes with the same realm of unpredictability as well. So let's see, the second bans are already popping in very fast, and I think we're gonna be done pretty soon.
True, and I honestly expect the Vita wants to be banning out the Hayabusa. However, it turns out that it is CRQ themselves who ban out on the Haya as well as the Nathan. Onto the hands of DS though, they also take out the Eggswalk, a very decent ban I would say against the Hilda and the Yuzhong. However, that does leave the Fanny open for Lom right there, while Ryu will be limited down to his options of the Joy, Guinevere or Uranus. Funny Valentine of course will try to pick up on the carry right here, can definitely see that pick coming in, and Ryu could go in for a very frontline jungle to provide 3 front lines for his goal laner to just burst down the Balmond, the Alice as well as the Gatot and Herod, literally everyone on towards the late game. But we'll have to see if they can really hold out the game for that long for the side of DS to get power up once the carry gets his, the power spike level with the Trinity build. And on the side of CRQ, it's only Peekaboo left. He could definitely lock it onto his Selena here, but instead Funny Valentine decides to go in for the Granger, and okay, it's going to be the Uranus jungle for the side of Daku Sena.
I just want to ask you a quick question. Sarah, do you approve of this Uranus jungle or not?
I do. It works against the... But holy Christ, how are they gonna melt these tanky little people down? I am very curious. They do have the late game of the Eve though, however, holding on for so long with Throne of Ruin and AOG jumping on you every single time in a team fight. I'm very curious about that.
Yeah, I don't see enough peel, I'm gonna be honest with you, Sarah. That's the same question, Yeah, I think Eve would be the main source of damage with the Wishing Lantern and the Glowing Wand, being, of course, mainly because of the fact that these heroes are going to be I mean, especially the revamped Balmond, you're most likely going to be playing on the defense. I think even not building War X is actually better for you because you really, really do need to sustain, because you do get the first skills defense reduction, which I think will be helping not just... Oh, wait, all of them have magic except for the Balmond, which is mostly going to be dealing 2 damage once you get down to that 50% HP, right? So, I think, let's just see out. I think the Harriet will benefit from the first skill regardless, but Funny Valentine, a very confident pick, I would say. A Granger. I feel like Carry was spelled out really nicely here, but at the same time, I'm not sure, man. I think the Carry would have been a really perfect pocket pick over here because I think CRQ wouldn't have been able to handle all the true damage. Even the Angelus sustain could not be enough once the anti-heal came in for... basically all 4 of the members. Carry does not need to build the anti-heal because UNS has to get the Dominance Eyes. But still, I guess we can just look at the spells right now. Petrify for the Yuzhong, Rest Flickers, and Executor will be going for the Purify for... Yuzhong only, or is it to get out of the Eves immobilize as well? We'll find out soon enough. 1 Revitalize just to get a little bit more sustain into the hands of Array, and rest 2 Flickers into the favor of course, Team CRQ. But with it, Sarah, of course, take us into the game.
Welcome to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be Daku Sena onto the blue side versus CRQ onto the red. Both teams looking to open up their scoreboard, looking for a 2-0 to secure those juicy 3 points up into the leaderboard to stand right next to Sacred Shrine, who have already secured 2 points into their hands. However, both the teams, 2 amazing drafts, is all going to come down to the execution part of this right now. The major difference makers are going to be the EXP laners. I'm going to tell you that because the marksmen and the goal laners are only going to be effective onto the late game, and we have to wait out and see how Daku Sena decides to hold their game.
Absolutely, especially with her Uranus jungle. But let's take a look into the emblems over here. Uranus obviously going for the standard jungle, going for basically what a tank jungle would usually go for, just to get that mana regen or that basic emblem. And of course the jungle right there. On the other side, I think nothing out of the ordinary stands. I mean, there's nothing extraordinary that's standing out, honestly. I think most of them, okay, a Palmon going in with the killing spree, I think that is good. That just kind of shows that you are kind of more confident that you are going to be getting the kills mostly, because I think some do like to go for that either self-healing on that skill damage, because I think it gives you more sustain. But maybe Balmon, especially Lomsang, does have a plan. On the bottom lane though, I think it's going to be an unkillable battle for both of these, because Yuzhong as well as 27 both of them are going to be regenerating. Look at them, they just don't care. They will just get back their HP and just start to fight again. But there we go, Ryu gets a level 4, and so does Lomsanga on to this turtle fight.
The mid laners as well have secured their respective level 4s. Peekaboo just a tad bit behind since he's an Angela, of course. But once the hard guard is going to be online, it is going to be a very risky. But Array here though in danger, the hard guard pops up onto him. Who is speed and needs to back off. Ryu will get the turtle, secures it away, thrown off into the backline. But First Blood will be taken down by the hands of Daku Sena as they secure kills onto Array as well as Lom. But Ryu will get taken down as well. Looking for the third. 27 gets taken down.
I'm gonna correct you there. It's 27. Just kidding. But I was not expecting the damage that was gonna be given output from the side of DS, honestly. But to be fair, that's a Hilda and the Eve right now, especially with the Void Blast and having so much. What is that damage? But is that a flicker combo? I see.
Yeah, it is a little over-aggressive there. Gonna get caught out and immobilized by Peekaboo. Should not have committed. His goal laner was already low. Plus the turret's defense is very high up until the first 5 minutes. A little bit of miscommunication coming in there. However, I think they should be able to recover from this well enough.
I think, yeah, it was a kind of early committed, because I think they should have definitely made sure that the Angela's ultimate is available or not. They should have checked it. But still, It's a heat of a moment. They saw a target, vulnerable target, down to 30% HP, and I think it was just too juicy to let go of it. But still, Haitatsu, it's fine. It's just the one kill that you gave away. Make sure it's not another, because so far DS will still have 1,000 gold advantage and a turtle under their bank, so they will have a little bit of a EXP advantage as well, and they might be able to slowly put the pressure more towards the gold lane, possibly after the next turtle that's going to be coming in 20 seconds as well. So yeah, this game has been pretty fast paced, as we're already about to get this second turtle of the game. And UNS's retribution, I think that is kind of that's honestly very bizarre. Like, this is the hero. I cannot imagine him winning the retribution battle, and mostly because this guy does not play on the jungle. But lately, with how the meta has shifted, somehow a sustained jungle makes his pace towards, of course, to bungle in the jungle, and it's gonna be the Uranus itself. But let's see, on the bottom lane, we'll see 27. Does he get zoned in?
Definitely. Aggression coming in. Hard guard pops in, thrown through in as well. Gonna get immobilized there. Plus the AOG locks in as well. Black Dragon formed out. Ryu is in danger. Gets taken down by Balmud. Over aggression once more. They didn't have the damage, but Petrify comes in on a 3 with the knock up. And once more, who is Peter will secure a kill onto Reyes. Funny Valentine is here to provide the rotation. Harriet did not manage to reach the team fight as fast as they would have wanted to.
Yeah, and also one of the things that Wii Spirit just got the anti-heal. That's the main, the main trump card that they really needed on this team fights, which is the fact that they have been healing too much. And Hidden Bush also gets that War Axe. And on the mid lane, I think Executor is committing a little bit too hard. He should just go back. But yeah, War Axe for Hidden Bush and the Glowing Wand. It's going to be helping them sustain better and make sure that Alice doesn't sustain that much. And Peekaboo, his shields are not going to be affecting until he gets to level 12 right now, because that anti-heal will basically reduce it by 50%, which is, I don't think it's a good amount at all. Look at that. I think it's not going to be a decent amount at all.
Okay, but Haramush is in a bit of a pinch here. He needs to use up the Black Dragon form. Oh, he's still sustaining, but no, he's gonna get taken down by the Angela right there. AOG once again at the turtle. RWM is gonna secure away the turtle. Ryu misses the retribution, but Peter with the clutch. And once more, Lom is gonna be missing it out. They lost a member, but they got the turtle. Funny Valentine here trying to look for something. They're trying to sustain it out. Hard Guard once more saves Array this time around, along with the Revitalize. And once more, the Throne of Ruin comes in from 27. Peter gonna be caught out in the back line, but he doesn't manage to survive with 1 HP. However, Haitatsu gonna be caught out in the middle of 4 people. Needs to back out. If he makes it out alive, he is going to. Ryu just a little bit late to the team fight.
That was kind of still into the favor of CRQ, yet Team Daku Sena has maintained their goal advantage. But let's take a look into the goal ranking, and it clearly goes to show that Funny Valentine, is close to 500 to 600 goal lead on front of Executor. Yes, that's the main reason. And one of the things that we can still put into, I think goal ranking is of course going to be on the goal versus goal. I think that's one of the main factors, especially when both of the junglers are utility based, right? It's not someone carry based. But let's take a look into the level ranking as well. Hidden Bush is level 9. You can see that 27 is also level 9, but there's a little bit of slight difference there. So it really matters to who will get that level 12 a little bit first. But Throne of Ruin comes in.
Flicker comes in along with the AOG. Funny Valentine gonna get marked down here. 4 tags onto his face. Nobody to protect him from that situation. Caught off guard. Big mistake coming in from the side of Funny Valentine right there. And there was nobody, simply nobody to protect him. However, sneakily enough, Bush does manage to secure the tier 1 onto the bottom lane, gaining them just a little bit of that advantage back.
Slowly, they will try to make these trades as much as possible, but scoreboard-wise, CRQ right now taking the little bit of a lead right there, and you can see that Starlim's side, it's slowly kicking in, it's slowly dishing out the damage to Ryu, who has a Radiant Armor first item, remind you, so the fact that he's slowly starting to dish out the true damage is not spelling out good for DS. They gotta make sure that Funny Valentine doesn't get taken down a little bit early. Here comes the Hard Guard. Let's see an initiation. Look at that.
Again, Funny Valentine getting knocked down way too many times. Executor having the time of his lives, fighting a dragon. right there. Lomsanga with the double kill as well as the turtle secured into their hands. Ryu will not manage to get the retribution this time, but Peter is the one who's in danger, has to figure out of the situation. Ryu got in the middle of two people, will get taken down or not. He's still surviving, but can he make it out alive? No, he doesn't. The hard guard buff onto the Balman makes him an unstoppable force. It's gonna take down the Uranus. DS falling apart bit by bit. Their early lead is just not helping them stay alive right now unless and until they can protect their marksman.
Look at that again. Mid phase. Here comes an RWM. But oh my god, who is Peter?
They get taken down, but the Petrify comes in onto Array. Should be a kill onto the hands of Honey Valentine this time around. Okay, that is fine. However, 2k goal lead into the hands of CRQ Ray.
Okay, an instant replay showing that last turtle fight of what really happened. I do think it was a little bit, like you can clearly see on one side it's Peter getting targeted, on the other side it was Ryu, but immediately they shift their attention back. They know that Haitatsu is not worth spending that energy on, despite the fact that Ryu is still a Uranus, it is still the jungler, and they immediately mark him down, taking him down, which is going to be giving them, I think the purple buff went to Alice, is it? Yeah, it went to Alice. Doesn't really matter that much, it does only give you a little bit of cooldown reduction since the fact that she doesn't have energy or mana anymore, but still regardless, let's take a look at the itemization. Okay, Uranus gets another magic defense just for the Alice. I mean, to be fair, it's all magic damage from the side of CRQ. There's a skirmish going on into the mid phase, a lot of damage being dished out to the faces. Gold ranking wise, slowly you can see CRQ is climbing up, but look at the top lane, a Black Dragon form gets used just to protect that turret, is it? I think so. Or was it 3 people dive in? We missed a little bit of action, but I would assume Haddon Bush was almost marked by 3 people, but on time Black Dragon was able to save him from a doom. But on that, oh, looks like it's gonna be instead Team DS focusing on the turret. I think they can get it.
Yep, the turret is pretty low and they should be able to get it pretty well with a 4-man zone coming in. However, Array is in a good position here, and if Haitatsu gets taunted, he will.
Haitatsu.
He doesn't have the flicker. Hard guard comes in as well onto Executor, but he can actually make it out alive. But the RWM comes in as well. Lomsanga can't really commit to that fight. Again, the Petrify onto 2. But the Throne of Ruin comes in as well. Funny Valentine will secure 1 kill this time around. He's in a good position, and now Ryu is looking for a little bit more, but will get boomed out by Lomsanga right there. The Lord is wide open. DS needs to find a way to contest this. They are 1 man down. They need to contest the Lord unless and until Ryu is back, because otherwise CRQ with the Hard Guard as well as the Zaman Force and now the Balmond launching his attacks right then and there. High Bush trying to run away from that situation. He's gonna make it out alive, and Funny Valentine secures the killing spree onto Lomsanga Ray.
What just happened? Because I think DS is slowly losing their touch, but at the same time taking out the jungler, it's going to be giving them the edge instead. So I'm not sure really what's going to be the decision here, because the main thing they don't have. Oh, okay, Whisperer actually does have the RWM, so if the chessboard comes in, maybe there's a chance that, you know, they can actually zone out, but at the same time I don't think they had enough time to really take down this Lord, and they do put the pressure into the mid lane, but 27 right now, a little bit too tanky to be dealing. Are they over there? I think wants to go with the same strat.
But the RWM will catch 3. Throne of Ruin onto 2 as well. Executor needs to back off. It's very low. The Hard Guard onto him. Peter needs to run. Alice is onto him. However, the AOG lands onto 2. Taunt coming in onto Funny Valentine, but he has the Sky Piercer to try and dodge it. He does it. And he will get the kill onto Array this time. The front lines marking down the enemy front line. The Funny Valentine onto the back line, doing his best to stay safe from the Balmond and find the kills at the same time. DS should have the Lord this time around, but the Balmond is here with the Hard Guard. Funny Valentine needs to run. He's in danger. Retribution onto him, and look, they mobilize. Funny Valentine dodges it, but Executor is on the way. He gets taken down. DS cannot really hold on to this one any longer. They've lost their damage dealer. They need to back off. The Lord wasn't the best of decisions to be taking in there.
As long as this Balmon is alive, it's Ryu does have a good retribution, but the lethal counter, man, it's basically a free, you know, retribution on your hand, even if he doesn't have the retribution. So, but let's see, look at that, Throne of Ruin popping in.
Another one comes in. Peter with the RWM, try to deal as much damage as possible. Lomsanga is low. Haidanbu spots it. Is going in for more. He's trying to get the kills. They find Executor in the middle of it. The Lord is wide open. Who comes to take it? Lomsanga does. Array is in danger. Will get taken down, hopefully. However, Haidanbu will be the one finding that kill. He gets one more. He gets peekaboo. 3 get taken down. Too low. Have to back off. Daku Sena slowly but steadily looking hopeful for them. If they manage to defend a Lord or 2 and take down a few more people, they should be able to get back right on track.
It's looking pretty 50-50 because when you look into the bigger picture, the macro is kind of the same. Both of the sides have actually basically lost. I mean, I get it, DS still have one inner turret on the bottom lane, but you can clearly see it's barely standing on. Just one single minion can destroy it, and they have been trying to do it. But let's take a look into the itemization. Goal-wise, Valentine slight bit of ahead to Lomsanga, which is impressive. That's a Balmon on an 8.8 thousand goal lead, surpassing Executor. Athena coming in as well onto the hands of Hilda. But okay, the Granger almost done with the full build. But the main thing, the Balmon's so tanky, but look at that, bottom lane.
Throne of Ruin! Peter gets bursted down instantaneously. 27 with a flicker play comes down to this. One man down, Lord charging down the bottom lane. They will be losing this tier 2 tower onto the mid side as well. Executor gonna be taking it down. Funny Valent trying to position as safe as possible. He needs to reach the enemy to deal the damage with the Hard God once more, dealing as much damage as possible. Taunt comes in onto Ryu. He needs to back off. He's sustaining it, although Petrify comes in onto one of them. But the only knockup is going to be onto Array, and he is going to be backing off with the Revitalize very safely. The inhibitor dangerously close to being taken down.
There we go. Right now, CRQ has actually taken the lead into the wave pressure towards the long lane on the right side of the map. And with it, they're going to be mainly basically putting the pressure. I mean, it's really good for them because right now, Daku Sena has to keep in mind of the bottom lane. Either they lose this inhibitor soon or they make this trade to just go for this Lord right now. And that trade-off, I don't think it's going to be worth it. But items coming in, Radiant Armor secured for Yuzhong as well. A little bit more magic defense, but we just saw the Lord advantage screen popping up. Really goes to show that the fact that DS and CRQ, they're really going in head-to-head. Despite the Lord advantage, CRQ is actually kind of behind on that EXP side. Yet, Lomsanga just now got the level 15, but so did Ryu. And only Huispeder and Haitatsu left to get their maximum levels to get the power scale up to the point. But look at that, damage dealt ranking coming in here. Goes to show 22,000 extra damage dealt from this Balmon. But what is that, Eve? 60,000 extra damage. This Peter on this Eve is a monster. Even when they're behind, his damage is actually twice as many compared to like everyone, which is insane to say the least, because that's a Granger on your team and the hardest on your opponent. And Peekaboo gets that Holy Crystal. But we just saw the Granger, the Rose Gold. Can it be a saving grace? Can it be the moment where CRQ might make a mistake of diving in a little bit early? Bottom lane though.
The Hereth with damage right now, it does have the Holy Crystal, is definitely chunking down Funny Valentine as much as possible, but a lot of resources do get used up into that skirmish, and Funny Valentine needs to refill his HP before they take another fight. And if even once one CC falls onto him, he is going to get taken down. The Lord is up, and Daku Sena need to take down the Balmond before they contest, because a Balmond versus a Uranus, the retribution will always be won out by a Balmond.
Absolutely, that's the main thing. Lethal counter. It's a lethal counter to all the other junglers, because even without a retribution, you still basically have it on your hand. So if they want to make sure they get this one, I mean, Ryu's retribution has been really good, especially considering this is the Mumbai server, so he is not experiencing any form of major lag that could delay his, basically the input that you can, that's the whole reason we get the MS thing in the game, right? So there's no delay on the side, but delay doesn't really matter when the whole kit of the hero is supposed to do that. But anyways, look at that pressure coming on Khaled.
Onto 2, the Hard God comes in as well. Haitatsu gonna be caught out very low, and again, look at the retribution as well as the play coming in by Lomsanga, but he committed a little too deep. Arambosh in the middle of 4 people trying to survive alone. RWM is gonna catch Lomsanga. If they can find this kill, they win the Lord, but no, Lomsanga is going to be the one to find it. Instead, Ryu is caught up as well. They overextend. They lose this one. Hard God once more being locked in onto 27. They are going to deal as much damage as possible. They need to back off. Jungler down, EXP down. What can Daku Sena do here to try and contest this Lord? They cannot with 2 squishies and only a Hilda in front of you. So the best option would be to clear up the lanes and just back off. Donate a Lord and try and defend as much as possible. But Executor trying to look for something. Demand Force as well as Hard Card getting used up. Haitatsu in a lot of danger here. AOG and is going to get bursted down.
It's not looking good anymore for DS side. It's pretty obvious, right? It's pretty being laid obvious. But Haitatsu getting to level 15 basically shows, yep, okay, who is Peter also got it. So all of the members have gotten to level 15 because it's going to be almost a 20-minute game. Time really flies. But I think, okay, he's 1 item away. Ryu still 1 item away from being fully defensive. I think the Sky Garden is absolutely necessary right now to get Executors the main... I mean, basically his true damage, but okay. Finally, Funny Valentine has basically sold out his boots to get a little bit more true damage from the War Axe and a little bit more regen on that first kill. But the Lord's going to be coming in. That inhibitor is a goodbye. But let's see if they can make it a defense. Bot lane exposed. A lane advantage has been secured for Team CRQ. But I think they will not commit on that bottom. Might just go in for the middle. I think that's the goal. Yep, they will.
Yes, and another engage, trying to mark down Funny Valentine and Peter once more, but the RWM right inside the base. 27 isn't the one. It is the one in danger here. Flickers out. Funny Valentine though is getting marked down left and right, and he gets the shutdown. Finally, DS get the shutdown they need. 27 is gonna be backing off while Peter tries to poke them down even further to try and delay them from taking their buffs or pushing forward. Peekaboo though, they need to mark down the Angela, but they aren't able to do so. But the damage coming in from Funny Valentine as well as Ryu trying to mark down the Harith is quite a lot for the side of CRQ to handle, but they can back off with using the AOG defensively. So for now, they are safe and sound to run away.
On the bottom lane, though, I did notice something that the wave management was kinda off, I'm gonna be honest. I think Team CRQ could have actually taken that mid lane turret, but at the same time, I do think regardless of that, the Petrify combo that came in from Hyde on Bush, it really would have stopped them regardless. But still, I think the pressure would have been a little bit more. But you can see, there's not much goal advantage, neither experience advantage anymore for the side of CRQ. It's mostly just, I would say, close to null, because 1000 advantage on 20 minutes, it's basically nothing. I think you minimum need at least a 3k to be considered substantial amount of difference. But there we go. Looking at the builds, Eve is basically about to get the last item, which is looks like a concentrate. Sorry, not concentrate. Ice Queen 1 to get a little bit more slow right there. Funny Valentine has sold out his boots to get the maximum damage output while having 1 survival item, which is going to be the Rose Gold, which I think was absolutely necessary in this game. And Winter Crown for Ryu, interesting. Looks like most likely wants to bait out some skills. Alice with a full build as well. Tanky, tanky, tanky. Everything is tanky except for 1 War Axe for the Balman. So rest of that, I think everything is fine. Yeah, the Angel is typical. You know, it's going to be a Winter Crown at the end to just wrap up the build. But the Harith Oracle, interesting. Will give him just a little bit more sustain from who is Peter. Not get immediately bursted out. But the Lord already getting started in. Is Team DS ready to respond? Let's see.
God has been used up. DS has a notice period of just 12 seconds if they want to fight this. Lord is at half HP. Ryu is chasing them down a bit to zone them away. RWM comes in, but the throne of ruin onto Peter as well as Funny Valentine. But he's gonna figure out, but he's gonna get caught in the AOG. He gets taken down. Damage dealer out. Peter is the one in danger here. Alice gonna be targeting him down. Hide on Bush back to rescue for Peter right there. Lomsanga is low though. He might get taken down, but no, he's gonna make it alive. But Haitatsu gets the immortality down from Lomsanga, and as well as Harabush and Peter make it out alive. Ryu is the only one staying alive into that situation. He needs to run. He's in the middle of 4 people. 1 damage dealer, 1 immobilizer, and 2 tanks. Team CRQ still have the lead. They can definitely go in for the Lord here. However, Team Daku Sena aren't willing to give up anytime soon. They're still holding it strong.
Especially Ryu is still, waving over them like a cloud. Can he make this? Can he be a thunderstorm? Because the Black Dragon roars, but it's not going to be there.
And Lomsanga is going to secure the Lord with his ultimate and the retribution at the same time. another Lord to defend for the side of Daku Sena, and they have only one inhibitor. But Ryu, you're caught out alone. You are not going to be making it out alive. Immortality, no. Executor finds the kill. Mid lane and top lane inhibitors, the only one standing. Front line out, 50 seconds on the cooldown timer. What can Peter and Funny Valentine do with just two frontliners in front of him?
I don't think it's going to be possible that easily, but at the same time, 4 is better than none. So this mid lane, I think it's going to be falling. There's no defending it, but the bot lane is going to be the main contention over there. Look at the Black Dragon getting used up a little early, is it? But the Throne of Ruin gets baited out, but is it going to be enough? Last Lord push.
Definitely 5 members right in the middle of it. RW comes in to zone them away. Funny Valentine getting chunked down so low. 27 is getting a lot of turret damage, but the base is wide open. CRQ find the victory. After all that struggle, they are going to take a 1-0 victory into their hands.
Why am I pink? I don't know. But anyways, why am I pink? Why am I pink? But still, that game, I think DS gave insane amount of competition, because I think there was some point in time around which I don't know why I'm a lab rat for this colors anymore, but let me focus. I think DS gave a lot of competition, I think, towards the mid phase. I think 15-minute mark, it felt like DS could have basically shifted the tempo of the game towards their own favor. But after that 18-minute mark, it was kind of obvious that CRQ basically had that inhibitor down, that mid lane down to what was 10% health. And on the next Lord, basically, if they get it, it was going to be a win, because of the fact that the minion pressure would be a little bit too much, because Speeder can only clear and have a duration of the RWM for a few seconds. It's not enough to either clear a wave or either go for the Lord. It's mainly going to be the marksman, and Granger's not the best wave clearer out here. So I think the win will be going to the favor of Team CRQ, and the MVP is going to be Lam Sanga on this Balmond with 95% of a team fight participation, which is insane, crazy, diabolical, whatever you want to phrase it, because he's making Balmond look like Balmond is kind of meta, but it's been a while since we've seen this guy on the Land of Dawn. So that was an impressive feat nonetheless. And I think, of course, the rest of the members played a part in it as well. But still, it's a game number 1, Sarah.
Feel that the Balmond is one of their pocket picks which they love to pick up. And then the Angela, they could not mark down pickable even once. Like, the one kill he has is because his team was getting wiped out. And other than that, the way Karakaja and Lomsanga both just marked down Funny Valentine so hard into the backline, despite having the higher gold among the two gold laners, Funny Valentines did lose it out. He got taken on just before the Lord fight, and that is where DS started crumbling. Their main source of damage was taken down. And like Ryu as well, he wasn't having that good of a game. 2-7-4, not looking the best of stats. Despite the early goal advantage, Team Daku Sena did lose it out towards the late, just because the singular Angela pick being the most annoying hero to ever exist for the side of CRQ. As well as Alice just tanking down 372k damage. That's literally 400k almost. And even the Dragon has 260k while Ryu has 326k. So him alone has more than either of the two frontliners for the side of GS. That goes to say a lot for the side of CRQ.
You know, when we get back to Alice, I will tell something that came to my mind, but I think both of the marksmen are kind of equal. Look at that. Both of them have basically close amount of damage, 120,000 compared to 140, but more impressive I would say, for the Granger, because I think the Harriet was more active into his team fight. Ryu, of course, I think he might get the send back, or is it the Alice? I think it's going to be the Alice with the 370k, but Balmond, of course, having better presence, mainly due to the fact that lethal counter is not just a good retribution, but it's also a good kill securer. And look at this insane amount of damage that came in from Speeder, 189,000. I'm not gonna compare it to the Angela, guys, but 48,000 is kind of impressive for the Angela as well. But
Even
yep,
the Hilda, even the Hilda dealt more damage, took more damage than the God of Kaja. Same rating for both the tanks, if you notice. However, it was just those AOGs constantly targeted onto Fun Valentine. Just
100%.
Changed
Holy
everything.
hell.
And 100% from the Dragon. I mean, he did so much petrified plays, literally 9.7, 9.8, the same KDA for both of these. And the only difference, I believe, was made because of the Balmond constantly jumping in onto the Granger, the Garut Kacha following it up instantly once the flicker and the dash was used up. That changed so many things for the side of CRQ and gave them such a big advantage.
And back in again and again, we clearly see Peter getting the carry role because of the fact that my dude over here somehow with the Eve just becomes a monster. His damage dealt is always the highest. Like it's almost like an ADC. It usually happens with the Kimi, but I think for Peter, the Kimi is spelled with a WVE. So that's an interesting fact out there. And Alice dealt almost close to 400,000, 4 lakhs, damage taken. Almost the same price pool as Mythic Showdown. So these teams are contending for it, guys. I just wanted to mention it. Of course, they're right now contending for... I mean, right now we're going to be mentioning it every day. Right now, these teams are contending not just for the prize pool anymore. They're contending for the top 4 spot on the LAN event itself, which is going to be held in Guwahati, guys. So these teams are giving their everything. You can also give everything by making sure you like this stream. If you're one of the viewers, make sure you like this stream and just stay a little bit active. Just chit chat, comment on anything that you see interesting, and you could be one of the lucky winners because we have a 5,000 diamond giveaway today. So you could be one of those top people that could be getting it. We'll have a lot of winners. It's not 5,000 diamond, by the way. I think a lot of people mistake. It's for a pool of 5,000 diamond, guys. You don't get 5,000 diamond by winning. You will get out of the 5,000 diamond. So make sure you like the stream. At 450 likes, there will be a giveaway. So with it, right now, match results CRQ 1-0. So already it means that if Daku Sena right now walks away with 0 points, or they make it to a game 3 to at least force CRQ to give away 1 from their end, because round robin is a place where losing early, it's not a choice at all. You have to force a game number 3 if you want something for yourself, because walking away with a 0 is going to be pushing you down on the leaderboard much faster, because the top 4, they're going to be trying to grind those 2 zeros to get those 3 juicy points each time, because it's going to be a pretty long week ahead of us, week and a few more days, because we're having 3 best of 3 series each day. After this one, we'll have another one more, so make sure you stay tuned for that one as well. But we will right now jump into the next game. Let's see, this DS this time though, with a disadvantage of the server, can they come through? Because they actually have, because DS is one of the teams that have not have gotten their comfort server, because for some reason, for always being in an unlucky toss. So today their fate changed, but even the fate could not, of course, help when the fact that CRQ's draft was very out of the pocket with 2 surprise picks, the Balmon and the Angela, coming out of a left field. I think DS might be a little bit underprepared to handle all of that. And also, I think carry was definitely needed. I feel like they need it, but at the same time...
Literally, like, they have been playing the carry. I just don't know why they didn't pick it up. Like, you've got 3 frontliners and the carry's dash is slightly more than that of the Granger, and you can melt down a Balmond jumping onto you. You can literally melt down a Balmond who's jumping onto you with what? 3 seconds tops? Literally 3 seconds tops. But past is in the past. We're going to focus into the second game. Lancelot and Lowy banned once more from the side of CRQ. DS playing it smart, have banned out on the Hilda. They know the patch is very suitable for that of the Hilda players. They should take out the Grok next and possibly the Jukshin as well. Or maybe, the Hayabusa, just to not give Lom his pocket pick. But we will have to see what CRQ decides their third ban is. Could it be the God of Kacha, or do they want to pick it up for themselves? Or do they want to ban the Gutrot and go for the Kalia and the Lunox combo that they are so well known for? We'll have to see.
Great thing you just mentioned there. It almost slipped out of my mind, but you did a great job right there. Thank you, Sarah, because Doom is one of the rumors that he actually has a lot. I would say, yes, of course, in our tournament, we got Apex, SATL, right? We got Afraid on Rntx. We got other roamers as well. I mean, DS already has Jazz, but I mean, he's back right now, so maybe things can change. Maybe things can change because hey, look at her praying. But you know, funny enough, Hidden Bush and also Jazz was all of those games, right? Ever since this composition came in, and Sarah has been casting, right? They had the streak. Maybe with Jazz returning, damn, are you praying to different gods as well?
Possibly yes. Possibly yes. So far, looking at the bans, CC getting taken out by CRQ, Lapu getting taken out by DS. What is open? Eve is open for the side of CRQ to pick up. The Dragon is open, while on the hands of again the Harith has something to do with CRQ. I wonder what, but they are very fixated onto that Harith pick. But Jazz is gonna get his signature grok, so that's one advantage. And Peter might just lock in his Eve once more. He's got the point. He's got his priority Roma in front of him. He's got the pick open in front of him. He's got Kimmy plus Eve, so he can pick either of those and it will work out perfectly fine. But oh, Ryu locks it onto the Hayabusa despite the server disadvantage though. That's a pretty good pick to be going in for, denying Lorm of the Haya once more.
This is gonna be Bengal server, isn't it? It's Bengal server because last game was
Yeah,
Mumbai. So,
exactly.
damn, Ryu, that's like very confident. But to be fair, this dude has played Hayabusa on Bengal server and he performed really well, but he failed all the retribution. So, Ryu, you don't want to have an El Aura moment tonight, especially on the first day of round robin, man. I mean, first match with the Uranus, you secured 2, but after the pressure, you could not do it. So, let's see. I'm putting in some faith on him. Maybe at least he can be a bloodthirsty ninja that can at least take down the targets. But you can clearly see CRQ does get the Gatutkacha and the Harith, 2 of the heroes that looks like gonna be comfort pick. But what is that? That's an early Nathan. Immediately locked in for the side of DS. Why do I keep turning purple?
I mean, wow, that's a Hayabusa and a Nathan locked in so early. Like, aren't you gonna get countered very badly? Like, the Eve is still open unless you ban it out for the side of CRQ, or you could pick it up into the second phase. A good decision. Alice gets taken out. Possibly the Dragon or the Alot will get taken out next. But it is a better decision to give the Dragon or the Alot, and then instead of letting 27 pick up his Edith or whatever other EXP he plays, my goodness. The Uranus. Yeah, the Uranus. Don't let him pick up the Uranus. CRQ, meanwhile, they need to ban out on the EXPs, might ban out the Dragon this time around so the Yusenshin can play it out safely, while they also need to ban out on the mid laner. So the Jukshin is off the board, the Eve or the Dragon should be up next. Well, DS, we already discussed that.
I'm just upset at being called Thanos, honestly. My focus has completely shifted there because somehow I keep on turning purple, but I think I gotta snap that thought away. A lame joke, is it?
Kadita, bro.
Why so? I mean, to be fair, Kadita does affect the Nathan's positioning a little bit more than the other mages because she can be unpredictable, and even with a Purify, you cannot. You will still get bursted. You will just survive the knock-up, but you can still get bursted. So I think maybe it is just to make sure that Funny Valentine doesn't exactly get a hero that can come into the backline and annoy him. So maybe that's the goal. And I think picking up the Yuzhong again, I think they're trying to follow that route by having denying heroes that can come to the back end and annoy. What is this Baxella combo right now? This is very hyper focused. This is very Lom Sangha hyper focused game.
That's what they wanna do, then so be it, I guess. And the Hayabusa against the... Wait a minute. Oh, it's the Baxia on the roam. Okay, I thought it was the Baxia jungle, but fine. Or the Baxia EXP. So yeah, we'll have to see how that one works out for them. They might just swap out. But what can Peter pick up here? Lunox? No. Eve? Yep. The pocket pick is what comes into clutch usually for the side of TS. So Nathan on his comfort, Ryu on his comfort, but with the server disadvantage. Harambush on comfort, Peter on comfort, Jazz on comfort. So that's 5 comfort picks versus 5 comfort picks. This is going to be an absolute menace of a match, and I might possibly have a crash out casting this as well. However, if things go well for DS, they should be able to sustain till the end of at least 12 minutes, and that is where things might turn around with the Nathan hitting his power spike after the wind toggle. So that should be so far a 60-40 draft, 60 in favor of CRQ, but we'll have to see.
Let's take a look at the spells for now, right? It's gonna be 2 revitalizes. That's insane. Oh my god, 27 Baksha EXP, that's crazy. Oh my god. Purify coming in onto Executor, just making sure he doesn't get the knockup from the Grok or get stuck in the Petrify or the RWM itself. Purify for Funny Valentine, pretty obvious because I knew it. He really wants to make sure that he doesn't get targeted anymore because we saw just what happened. They were just marking him deadly. Like there was no one else on the map except for him. But to be fair, he was the main primary ADC. So, but with the, return of Jazz, can we have a little bit of a groove in the game tonight? It's gonna be Team DS. It's no longer about winning, it's about pushing that game 3 to take, even if they lose, they will take away
Get
one point
Yep.
from CRQ. They have to if they wanna at least get something out of this whole series. But with it, Sarah, take us into the game.
Welcome back to Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 after a long and stretched 20-minute plus game from the side of CRQ and DS, where CRQ got the first point into the best of 3. On to the second game, both the teams have picked up their absolute comforts. The main Roma from the side of DS is back, so we might see some lucky games coming in. Unless and until CRQ decide to dominate once more, with the server being in their favor and the advantage being on their side.
Absolutely, and with it, let's see. Hey, who is Peter? Why is Peter trying to stop the minion? Trying to build a wave so early? Is that what I see so early? But anyways, looking at the emblem setups, let's take a little bit of a look over here. I think nothing out of the ordinary here. I think all standard issues, nothing much special. A little bit of poke game on the middle. And I think he has a revitalize, so it's just a kind of, they're poking each other, having a little bit of fun. But okay, all of the emblems, quantum flash, quantum charges, and reducing the flicker cooldown. I think it's all standard procedure at this point, right? But oh, Yuzhang going for a little bit more sustain. If I'm not wrong, last time Heidenbush came in with the quantum charge, right? And he also did come with a war cry once. But tonight, looks like he wants to be a little bit more sustaining. At least this game, because I think last game he had war cry, right? Oh, am I mistaken?
No, he did have the war cry, and he actually needs the, what's the name again? Yeah, Brave Smite. He needs the Brave Smite in this one because, of course, it is against a Yesunshin, an Angela, and a Harriet all together. And this game should be considerably winnable for both the teams. 27 is on the EXP, so it's an EXP Baxia, not a jungle Baxia who has the red buff on him every single time and jumps in onto your hypers and your goal laners. But this time around as well, 27 is doing exactly that. The turtle is zoned out by the side of Daku Sena, and they should be able to secure it though. But Madan Chakra has been used up for the Vision. Black Dragon gets used up. Lomsanga gets targeted down. Ryu is gonna secure the turtle despite the Madan Chakra landing onto him. Needs to back off. And there we go. Hanabush securing the first blood, but he is definitely chasing for more. Petrify and Tectonic Charge, but Saman Force and Harriet there for the rotation array is gonna find hide on Bush. Lewis Peter needs to back off. Ryu needs to join the team fight. He still has the ultimate. Can look for a finish. Flicker coming in from the side of Angela to save himself from the quad shadow kill. So definitely 1-for-1 trade, but still beneficial for the side of Dakusena just because of the turtle secure.
Exactly. You phrased it out because it is a 1-for-1 on the scoreboard. But you can see the fact that DS got the upper hand. But Lomsang back again with on the leaderboard, trying to get the level advantage back by farming whatever scraps have been left out. So impressive work on his end. But he's still going to be, I think, a slight bit of behind as Ryu has also went back to, of course, pick up his food, which is obviously going to be the jungle creeps on the top. So with it, I think slowly but surely, DS is, trying to gain up goal by goal onto their favor. But I'm really curious if they're going to be going for a little bit more bloodthirsty this time around, because of course they have the Hayabusa, and Funny Valentine was really what was the term, like committed as well as involved right on that early fight. Usually you don't see a marksman committing so early much, but I think they have a plan and I think they're executing it really well. But let's see if Executor can put a stop to that execution. So, but DS, obviously, they got to play their best right now. I mean, it's not exactly final, but what is that pressure by 27?
Yeah, that's too much for him to handle right there. Man Shocker plus the stun from Baxia, and he didn't even have the opportunity to ult out of the situation. And now they're going to target the gold shield onto the bottom lane. Ryu is going to be the sole person defending. Oh my goodness. However, Funny Valentine though does manage to survive that and plus bait out the hard guard, so that's one good thing. However, it will be back in another 24 to 22 seconds and the turtle is up, but Executor can't rotate because he's low. Neither is Nathan going to rotate because he is low, so it's going to be a proper 4v4 at the turtle. But Peekaboo uses up the ultimate once more. And it's going to be on the Baxia. Black Dragon form has been used up as well. Yuja is kind of low right now, plus is very far. Okay. Oh, but the Tectonic Charge comes in on to 27 this time. Ryu trying to mark down Peekaboo will have to dash back, but no! He dashes in the wrong position. He's gonna get taken down by Lom Sanga. Definitely a mistake coming in from Ryu right there.
Sure, why though? What just happened? I think that was... it happens. But at the same time, Funny Valentine on the top immediately makes a trade, but is it a worth it trade? Because look at that!
Oh my
damn.
goodness. He went for the turret, but he lost his life in the process. That's not the best of trades, definitely. And now CRQ are the ones who are going to be looking for the turret unless DS decides to save it for themselves. However, oh my goodness, Ryu, I don't know why he came back to that shadow. It was just such a big blunder on his behalf.
That's the thing I was trying to process. Like, I think that shadow was unnecessary. This reminds me of a play from MPL ID actually. It is... I forgot the player name right now, but it was something similar off. But I'm gonna be honest, Array has been somehow... Bro has been like... What is that? Like the... the scope. He basically has a scope set on him so far. That's what I can see. But mid lane? Is that a revenge? It is!
Oh. It is! They take down Peekaboo quite instantaneously, and Jazz's setups was just so on point with that wall as well as the knock-up, and Peekaboo didn't even have the chance to flicker out because he didn't have it. So of course, that is one thing good, but CRQ is still maintaining whatever slight lead they can. With the top lane secure, they've frozen it away, and Harit cannot really push it all by himself. He needs the team to support him, while onto the bot side, Yu Zhong is the one who's trying to look for a split, but he needs to back off though. There's 2-3 people coming on to him right now. Realizing that, back off, bro. Just back off.
Back off,
goodness.
homie. He doesn't have the dragon. He doesn't have the dragon, does he? Or does he have it? He have it, so... Yeah, I think he's just, hey, I got the dragon, man. I ain't gotta worry about it. So with it, the final turtle of the game pops in at 7 minutes, 5 seconds. So... Oh, no, 10 seconds, my bad. What's happening? What? He's still there? Bro is still there?
Definitely. And he's actually keeping 2 people busy, but look at 27. Jumping in onto Funny Valentine, uses the entropy to run away, but he doesn't have any more escapes. Ryu is not gonna find the turtle. Lomsanga it is once more, who finds the kill onto Funny Valentine as well. Jazz caught out alone with no damage dealer onto his side. Ryu low has to back off. Yisun Shin though will pick up his second item. Ryu still not finding that item for himself. Peekaboo though, very low. Uses up the hard guard just to save himself, but the mid lane tier 1 is gonna fall down.
And with it, the macro lead is gonna be shifting back again to the side of Team CRQ. It's a little bit more disciplined game this time around. Less kills, but more towards the objective side. And you can clearly see CRQ is doing that with 2 turtles and 2 turrets into their favor. And it's the major ones. It's the front of the mid lane, and it's the front on the bottom. And with it, they're already covering, obviously, the jungle, the river control, as well as having a long lane open. And that is something that Funny Valentine has noticed, and he's going to be going there to make sure the wave is managed better. But look at that level ranking coming in for Lomsanga. Level 12 compared to Ryu, who's at level 10, so 2 levels deficient. Executor also catching up as a gold laner, as well as Funny Valentine. But Hide and Bush is slowly trying to catch up with level 11, but Lomsanga is level 13. Damage second, obviously, 27 with the box.
Oh my goodness, Mountain Shocker plus the taunt coming coming in from Array is just way too lethal for the side of DS, and they don't even have the reaction speed because of the server disadvantage. Again, there's a man force as well as hard guard on the Harriet trying to look for something. 27 though, sandbagging it all, and he is actually able to bait out every single skill that DS could possibly imagine to deal onto the side of CRQ, while CRQ backliners are just dishing out as much damage as they possibly can.
I think we have to give DS a little bit more time to scale up, of course, because I think the Nathan kind of wins. I feel like obviously because of the fact that he's more basic attack reliant. Yes, the entropy basically enhances his damage to twice level, but the Harith, out of this amount force, he's basically a nerfed version of himself. So if DS can force that, I think Funny Valentine wins this late game easily. But so far, though, Array has been a massive threat for his positioning, and because of that, his Purify is getting baited out again and again. They gotta do something about Array, and once it's done, I think that's when Funny Valentine can really position himself well enough to the point that I don't think Lomsanga can really take him down easily, and neither can Executor, because he just has a Purify. It's not gonna be helping him reposition. It's just for the safety from Jazz and Huispeeder, and in case a Petrify combo from Hide and Bush. So it just looks like
Bot side?
bot side.
Bottom
What
side-
is that?
Oh, they actually find a kill out of the Angela. However, they're giving away the Lord. Lomsanga finds it. Ryu though needs to back off. Still has Mountain Shocker. Uses up the quad shadow kill. Lot of damage there, but he's not gonna make it out alive. He doesn't have the shadows, and now Jazz is going to be caught out as well. If he uses the tectonic charge, there might be something, but he doesn't have it. He has to flicker out. Lomsanga gonna be securing that double kill, and the
Whoa.
of course, it's the double kill for himself, but his low though. Dragon is here, but the hard guard. Oh my goodness. Backline though, Funny Valentine trying to do something, but no. Oh my goodness. Lomsanga with the hard guard and the Flask of Oasis passive manages to survive. We'll find the final kill. Wiped out, coming in from the side of CRQ.
That was unexpected. I honestly thought that Valentine was going to be getting out of there, but no, it was not the case. It was not the case, and because of it, you can clearly see that right now CRQ is going to be knocking on the inhibitors pretty soon, but since this game hasn't reached that 12-minute mark just yet, they will still have the Holy Shield in their favor, and they will buy just enough time for there to be something, maybe, because all hope is going to be into the favor of Funny Valentine, but at the same time, of course, it's going to be Huispeeder that has been dishing out the maximum amount of damage from basically the Swiss stages, but right now it's the day one of the round robin phase, and CRQ, it's like they're a different people. They're coming in online tonight, and they're basically showing DS on one-sided favor, but look at that, bottom lane.
Definitely trying to look for an engage right there. Ryu getting chunked down the moment he tries to dash in. That is something huge. Peter as well has to flicker out. Uses up the RWM as well. Not the wisest of decisions with the minion wave charging down the mid lane. However, what can DS really do here? CRQ is marching all in. It's like they have nobody to stop themselves. But the tectonic charge comes in. The Ryu trying to deal some damage onto the backline, but it's not going to be enough. He needs to back off, and he does. Inhibitors still intact after the first Lord. The best thing DS can do right now is try and hold the game for the Nathan to come online after the Holy Crystal, but that seems out of question with the current builds and the current situation and the goal lead of the side of CRQ here.
Exactly right, Sarah, because we got the Lord notice, Lord advantage notice, and it showed that in this Lord, CRQ was able to get a 3,000 gold advantage, and look at that, 6.9 thousand gold, basically 7k advantage to the favor of CRQ, which on a 13-minute game, it basically spells a snowball that is going to be slowly becoming an avalanche that's going to be knocking out the Nexus that stands strong for now, but by the inhibitors base, of course. The inhibitors are going to be providing the pillars, but for how long? Conceal does get used just to, I think, get a little bit of scouting right there. Maybe a possible ambush, but they don't get anything out of it. Lord spawns in, but what is that?
They're trying to knock down a box here, bro. Gets the triple knockup with the tectonic charge. However, Funny Valentine is the one in danger here. One enhanced attack from Gatoth and is gonna get taken down. The taunt comes in. Peekaboo will be the one to secure that kill. Jazz as well has to flicker out of that situation. And now, oh my goodness, the damage coming in from the Harry, bro.
That is just insane, and that's a full I mean, that's what happens when a Harriet. Is that a level 15 Harriet? Here comes.
Of course, there we go. The fight has broken out. The Manpo is being used up to secure that mid lane tower. The inhibitor falls down. Yisun should be able to secure the Lord freely from the hands of DS. It's a solo Lord secure for him, of course. And Ryu cannot even go to contest it because he is still at level 14, and if he goes in, it's imminent death for him. Much less the question of retribution doesn't even come because there's the server disadvantage. And DS finally get Nathan the Windtalker along with the Divine Lay, but it is still not going to be enough unless and until he picks up the Holy Crystal or maybe the Wishing Lantern if he wants to deal out some damage.
Sanga over here getting that rich guy, and 27 the sand bag. All of the rolls in their favor, and the Windmang of course goes to 27 as well, but with it the Lord push is going to be coming in, the pressure on top of Daku Sena. I think they can defend this, but for how long? Let's see.
And the Black Dragon pops up. Oh, and the Tectonic charges on 3 people though. Adam Bush getting melted quite a lot. Peter trying to zone them away as much as possible away from the last standing inhibitor. RWM as well. Harayu trying to deal some damage, but they're gonna protect this inhibitor at all costs. The minions are gonna be charging down the base, and that's the thing they need to defend. But another set of minions, guys. You need to defend that. Just the only one realizing the danger pushes the minions out of the base, but that would leave the top side inhibitor in danger here. Jazz doesn't have the ultimate. The shield from the Hard Guard is a little too much for the side of Daku Sena to handle. Mountain Shocker comes in. Jazz has to flicker out of that situation. Peter taking in a lot of damage. Inhibitor just getting chunked down even without the minions. And there's 2 waves of minions coming down the mid and the top. Ryu gets taunted and gets taken down. Long Sangha with the godlike here. Nathan trying to deal some damage, but he cannot be getting anything. Yusunshin is going to be taken out quite low, and the AOG is going to land onto Hiram Bush. He gets burnt down instantly. The base is wide open. Peter and Honey Valentine, the only one surviving. Can they defend this? They pull it off. The members of CLQ are still very low, but they could possibly go in for the engage. They have the Angela onto their hands, and they are going for the engage. Executor with the Hard Guard onto him once more. Mountain Shocker comes into play one more. RWM, but it lands onto who is Peter? Funny Valentine gets taunted. CRQ are gonna take away the 2-0 into the first round of the round robin stage.
Wiped out at the end as well, Sarah, because honestly felt like maybe some of the members would still be alive and it would just be an inevitable scenario. What is going on with my background? Is that Jesus Christ? Nothing happened. Yeah, I don't have the gauntlet, but what is genuinely? I mean, I guess it will help. It will help. I know nothing can help elevate Sarah's mood right now, but what is this at this point? But yeah, congratulations to CRQ, Crux, Requiem for of course getting their first victory onto the round robin day 1. Getting a 2-0 means they're going to be getting their 3 juicy points, and this game's MVP is going to be 27 with the Baxia EXP, a 0-0-15. That's insane. My guy did not die. My guy did not take kills. This is what you say, guys. Pure utility. Just providing what your team needs. Tankiness, frontlining, and anti-heal. That's his job, and that's what he did. Nothing else and nothing out of the ordinary. And we gotta mention Hare. 406. My dude over here.
Yeah.
The Gatot Kacha. I think Hare. I think he's gonna be slowly becoming the next, one trick maybe. Just kidding. I think it just really goes to show that Gatot Kacha is, I feel like, one of the top roamers easily. Despite the fact, I definitely think the Grok is still stronger, but I think getting the comfort pick, the Angela, the Harriet, the Gatot again, it definitely made the game a little bit easier, considering the fact that DS also played on their disadvantageous server right here, Sarah.
It was the server, and I believe that the higher pick was a little bit forced out because generally Ryu will go in for a fighter jungle and a fighter hyper into the, disadvantageous server. However, it just didn't work out for them. The first game they didn't have their main roamer, otherwise it could have been a possible win for them. And in the second game they didn't have the server. Plus the draft was a little bit messed up despite having the comfort picks. That Baxia pick kind of changed a lot of things. But other than that, Peter once more with 80k damage being dealt, and Executor and Lomsanga at the same level of damage being dealt, and Funny Valentine, though, despite trying so hard, he got marked too much once again. Just like the first game, AOG into his face, Command Force into his face, and he just wasn't able to be as useful as he wanted to be, and of course we can see that in the head-to-head break.
Head-to-head over here, the damage difference was close to 20,000, but since this was a 16-minute game, that lead was quite substantial. You can clearly see Lomsang over here as well, 61,000 compared to, I mean, Ryu, obviously it's an assassin, he doesn't need to dish out the maximum damage, but the teamfight participation 76%. Ryu was unable to get a single kill in this game. To be fair, DS did not get many kills, because I feel like this game, they tried to be bloodthirsty, but the side of CRQ, they smelt it and they knew how to hide it. Their fragrance, and you can't be bloodthirsty if you can't find it. And that's what basically CRQ said. They basically played their Requiem and got the victory, and were able to get these 3 points immediately into their favor on this day one of the round robin stage. And I feel like Daku Sena, though, I think the first game when they had the advantageous server, it was more head to head. It was a little bit more. Of course, I do think at the same time, though, it didn't ever feel like CRQ was playing on a disadvantage. CRQ was also kind of playing on the same tempo, and I think it also goes to, it was one of the main factors, it was that the Angela mid lane. I think because of that, you don't exactly need, you know, a very good MS to really execute the Angela, and I think it really helped them out. But over here, of course, the rich guy goes to Lomsanga, a really beast of a jungler, and I think this guy, I mean, literally not even joking, just because his, you know, the CRQ jersey has the black thing, you know, it's dark, right? I think they might be one of the dark horses, especially Lomsanga being one of the, I think he's one of the youngest junglers, along with, I think, Joseph over here, and maybe Ceremonies, I think he's older right now, right? So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what their journey takes, but it's still day one, guys. It's still day one. This does not designate that CRQ will have a smooth journey. This is just one game. DS will face, you know, 6 more opponents, and so will CRQ. And one of those opponents can possibly Noctura or Rntx, which is the next game going to be. So if you're curious between Noctura or Rntx, two are familiar. I mean, yes, it's been a while since they parted, but two familiar teammates meeting each other again. Make sure you stay tuned on the Mythic Showdown Season 2. This match was also, this been a sweep, but of course it was a lot more head-to-head. So let's see if the next match is going to be going to a 3 or it's going to be a sweep as well. Let's see who can rise up to the top and who gets literally snapped or something, because, you know, I can't think of any other puns because of this background. It's not by me, I'd put a Zushin, but the production team, man, they do their own thing. So with it, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stay tuned, keep liking the stream. 450 likes, we give away 5,000 diamonds to random lucky winners. So make sure you stay tuned for the Rntx, basically Revenant X Spark, facing off against Noctura in their first round robin matchup. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back with a short little break and a brand new set of casters that you haven't seen in a while.
And welcome back, everybody, to the day one of the round robin of the Mythic Showdown Season 2 of MOBA Legends 5v5, presented by none other than our War Drum Games. And you folks, this is a very interesting stage of the MS2 right now because we have headed into the round robins. And unofficially, we could call these the land qualifiers because the team with the most points is gonna be taking home, but taking a ticket to that Guwahati land. And we will be announcing the dates for those soon. So stay tuned for all of these official announcements and all the social medias for that War Drums will be giving out. And another thing, folks, is that we have a 5,000 Dias giveaway at 450 likes. So we need all of you to be actually, active in that stream, give everyone that support. And we have third game of the day. It's the third BO3 between Rntx and Noctura. And your casters for the day are going to be myself, Alredo, and the amazingly talented Crucifix.
Hey yo, you give me too much credit, my friend. I'm not that talented, but hey, one thing that I want to talk about is the fact that, you just underplay yourself when you're actually mentioning me here. It's not actually a good thing, Baldu. But yes, you are an amazing caster. I love working with you, and I hope to actually see an amazing match between teams, RTNX, formerly IGN, and also Noctura, dude.
Yup, and the game is gonna be up in the next couple minutes, and I'm curious to see how will they respond because with that round robin coming in, and it is the LAN qualification at stake. Every point matters. You're not just competing with this team you're facing; you're competing with all the others at stage. So you have to go up and give your best at each and every game, and that's gonna make drafts a lot harder because you're gonna be giving away a lot of those the secrets that you might be holding on to, and that's why I love with casting for these round robin stages. And thoughts on how Noctura is going to be taking on this round robin.
I believe that they have a lot of potential. I'll be very honest with you. I hear that Faden is here too from Zohan, and I hear that he's amazing in the mid lane. He does not only have that versatile arsenal, the meta mages, most effective tactics available. Does not actually confine him. He's in that whole zone where he can pick up a Valentina, which is his main, by the way, and also maybe the Selena, a pocket pick, something that he's comfortable with, and completely wipe out a team fight before it even begins. I'll be very honest with you. Having a Valentina could potentially shift the tide of battles in ways that we can't really even comprehend. But again, talking about that, one thing that I want to mention is the fact that RTNX, dude, they have got this in the bag is what I actually believe in. I love IGN. They've been here since day one. They're not going to go away anytime soon. And they're absolutely amazing every time I see them.
Exactly, and with their tempo right now, they've been going pretty strong. But the only issue that IGN loves to take games to that game 3. They love that game 3. They really love that tempo, and even fans love watching that. But from a competition standpoint, RTX have to hold on and try to wrap up that game as soon as possible. Both these sides actually, RTX and Noctura, they need to go and get that win as soon as possible because the longer you drag the game out, more games you play, more information you're giving to your opponents because right now nobody wants the other to head to that the LAN. Everyone wants that slot for themselves. So
Absolutely.
I'm curious to see how it's going to go in that draft.
The drafting is one thing that we are actually going to be excited about, but hey, talking about that, this is the festive season. Christmas is coming soon, and I hope everyone's actually excited for what we have in store for the LAN. Of course, we will be mentioning when the dates are, but as of right now, we've got an amazing setup planned for you guys, and make sure you stay tuned for that. We are jumping right in the draft, though, RTNX versus Noctura Esports, and I'm going to be very honest with you. I feel like RTNX and Rntx. I mean, I'm mispronouncing that name. I'm used to IGN, by the way, so please forgive me. Rntx. Good God, I'm just gonna call them RN. That's it. RN. TX is out the window.
Yup.
That's
so
it. RN.
there it is. Noctura does have the first pick for themselves. So looking at the stage of the bans, we're seeing a lot of these initiators being taken out. the Gato is out, Arlet is taken out, followed by the Kalia. That's three initiators being taken out, and no assassin being removed just yet. So still, even the Bakshi is taken out, and I think Rntx has looked at the previous game between DS and Crux Requiem, because at Bakshia was an menace against all the healers that the opponents had to offer.
True, man. Absolute unit in the EXP lane, in the roam position, or anywhere else. This guy is an absolute nightmare to be against. And gonna be honest with you, if you pick an Angela against Baxia, please don't. In the drafting, you've got to make sure you don't actually, you commit to one side of the whole spectrum. The healing is not the department you want to go with when you actually have a Baxia in the enemy side. But look at that. We've got only one thing that I'm actually kind of like surprised with. It's the Arlot. I'm not usually seeing this guy much in the ban section at all any of these days actually, but then again, the only thing that comes up whenever I actually see an Arla is the fact that that beautiful flicker timed right when with Kelra on the Layla, dude, absolutely chaotic. That flicker just destroyed. But yeah, talking about that, we've got the first pick coming in from the side of Team Noctura. We've got the Hilda, a hero that's been buffed and absolutely loved, beloved by the fans, and also all the players kind of have this PTSD about walking in the bushes with this dude. But look, Kimmy.
Okay, so the CC being banned out makes 100% sense, considering the ESMA is also taken out. These picks are kind of the staple in the EXP lane. They kind of work like it's like a one solution fits all. It's like some of those. And looking at the draft from Noctua, I mean, this is what we expect from them. This is kind of standard, especially with Duba on the roam. You have Kyle on the gold, you have Serar, and these guys love that aggressive gameplay. They love testing these neutral objectives. Rather than picking fights on the side turrets, I've seen most of the fights of Noctura are kind of focused near that river and that mid lane. And you can see the way the draft was kind of structured around those rotations too. Like the Hilda loves being a menace in the jungle, and that's exactly why Duba has picked it up. On the other end, Rntx with that Kimi and Yuzong, what do you think? Because the Kalia is banned out, so is the Gato. So they need a frontline. So do you think Grok is going to be picked up?
The Grok is a good option, I'll be very honest with you. But again, I'd rather see a jungle. Okay, we've got the Hayabusa getting picked from the side of Team Rntx. They've got the Hayabusa. They've got a backline diving composition and Kimi to keep the front line of the enemies kited. I think Hilda and also Alice might actually have a hard time against the Kimi. But again, the backline is what Team Rntx are actually going to prioritize in terms of taking out. I think Eve's not going to be safe, especially against the Hayabusa and the Yuzong. So the RWM is going to have a lot of problems dealing with whatever mobility skills that Team Rntx are bringing to the table. For now, they've got a lot of mobility, but they do not have what it takes to actually keep the enemies in check. Kimi is going to be in constant danger, but again, we've got the second phase of the banning coming through. We've got the Grok, obviously, something that we've already thought of actually being picked by the side of Team Rntx. A very valid pick, especially with the way that he can actually just tank up all the physical damage, and also, in most cases, magic damage too. But this guy becomes huge with the amount of physical defense you build with him, and it's actually catastrophical seeing a huge mountain walking around in the land of Dawn, dude.
Yup, and I am kind of confused as to was it really necessary to prioritize a Hayabusa against the comp that Noctura is running? They have gone for a Suyo. There was a lot of other options open in the jungle too. Like they could have held on to that jungle pick and play more reactive pick, considering the fact that you've already exposed Kimi and in your mid lane. So it's a known fact that you're gonna go for two XP laners, like two double fighter comps. So
True.
you could have picked up a Borg, could be flex pick to the jungle or the gold lane. That was one option. But by losing out the Grok, the options you have in the mid lane is going to be restricted to something like a Minotaur, because the Khalid also being taken out. So now Rntx kind of stuck up with their initiation. They need a very good initiator right now. Otherwise, that Hayabusa is not going to find the tempo that he wants.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you with the way that the new patch has dropped in and actually kind of buffed Minotaur, and also, not buffed per se. I think the rework, the way that his healing works is kind of like enhanced now. It actually kind of like plays well with the way that he can actually keep himself alive longer in team fights. I think he's valid, but instead, not the Minotaur. We're gonna get to see a Jawhead getting picked from the side of Team R, and I'm having a hard time with this name. Rntx. And they actually pocket picked this one with, Team NOC, Noctura, actually picking up the Lancelot. I think Lancelot is going under the radar now, especially after, the whole hype has been, put to the side for some reason, but he's still very strong in the hands of a capable user. And look, the last pick from the side of Team Noctura Esports, the goal laner, gonna be Claude.
Yup, and that is a very interesting pick coming in. Both those picks, like, I think it makes sense. I was actually expecting Joseph might be ending up taking the Lance himself, so that he doesn't really expose the draft on either side. But with Lance and the Claude picked up, you have a lot of options. That's why I was scared, of either side picking up the Lance. You go with the Lance too early, and the Phobia they're ready to pick up a lot of free dashes with that Astaroth's passive Astaroth Eye, and that's exactly what's happened. We've had Mirio is now gonna get a very comfortable experience on that Phoveus, and have a great time playing that Phoveus right now against the Lancelot. And in terms of initiation, a mixed bag. You have a decent amount of initiate, like you have the app comes in set if he wants to go in for a team fight. Lance can make his own plays for himself happen. Lord is there for that mid-game damage. Overall, Noctura has a very solid comp with Hilda there to ensure that Kimi does not free hit the backline.
True, but again,
But
one thing that I want to think about is the fact that Noctura don't really have an initiator per se. They've got the Hilda, who is a single target hero. They can initiate, obviously, but it's not going to keep everyone in check. Unlike the Jawhead, of course, with the Unstoppable Force, he can just push away every single one who's actually grouping up. I feel like the side of Team Rntx have decided on the draft more to the team fight, side of things. I believe that Phoveus and Jawhead were something that they actually could use to their advantage, especially with the Kimi. They actually have a lot of opportunities to get the front lines, mainly the Hilda, the Atlas, maybe even the Lancelot. If it's all a good, setup actually occurs, I think Sarar Moon's going to be in a lot of trouble. But again, that's all in the matter of, how they actually execute the game. So in the end of the day, I feel like Team RNTX have a better standing here. They've got a better draft going on for them. But NOC, Noctura, really do have that tanky setup that they can actually use to their fullest, especially in the early game, through the mid game, and also to the late game. I think that Lancelot's going to carry the early, and Claude can carry the late. So it's all balanced for them.
Yup, and with that being said, folks, we are headed into the land of dawn. And right as I spoke, we got hit with the pause, but the game is back in action again. And just to sum it up, folks, this is the last game of the day. Noctura versus RNTX, best of 3 at hand. So each match is worth a very, very important point for each team. Sacred Shrine has secured 2 over Yama's 1 in match 1. Crux Requiem with an dominating clean sweep over Daku Sena, securing 3 points for themselves. So Noctura and RNTX both will be looking for that. As we speak, Duba taking in a lot of damage from that Kimi, that chemical damage coming in from Kimi, just a little too much to handle.
Oh man, the chemical romance is going all across the floor right now. We've got all of the, possible outcomes in each team fight. Look at that, Hilda is engaging. She's gotten in, but she has to be forced back. Look at the Quad Shadow finding his way back to the Hilda, but again, we've got the Yuzong coming in for the backup. Claude can't really do much in this state of the game, but look at that. We've got right now the mid laner taking a ton of damage. We've got Faden taking a ton of damage from Witch, asserting dominance, but look at the bot lane. We've got it's Duba going to the top side of the map, taking down Joseph in his own, in his safe zone. I think nobody's going to stop Duba. He's waiting out for the ejector to actually pass out. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
He
Okay.
does not give a kill to the enemies.
Go.
He goes and sacrifices himself. Beautiful play from Duba.
He got the kill and he also denied the goal to his opponents. I mean, what else would you want? Like he is gonna slow down his EXP gain for a bit. but you have slowed down Joseph, and that's exactly what you need. A tempo is gonna help out Serarmon a lot, but Serarmon's still stuck at level 3 for now, and afraid with a beautiful ejector play will punish Duba committing that folly this time. Won't get away with it every single time, and Duba will pay that price. And with that being said, folks, that first turtle is up. Who do you think is gonna get it?
Oh, but I'm gonna be very honest with you. That moment there when Alice used up the flicker, I believe that's the worst possible outcome. Look at that, the RWM has just popped in. We've got Aiden securing the turtle for the side of Team Noctura, and we've got a big team fight here. We've got the Quad Shadow and the Yogi Shadow kill, but it's going to be Tuba finding a way to get the kill on Mario. We've got no engaged possibilities for an engaged right now, but I think it kind of like went to the side of Noctura with no doubts there. Look at that, we've got Duba on level 4 so early on. I think that's actually going to be a big problem for Joseph.
Yup, and despite Joseph, getting taken down at the top side, Serard Mun is still trailing behind in terms of XP. He's finally hit his level 5, and there is that bush over there, the Litho Wanderer. 3 people each. Joseph get the play. Serard Mun goes in, Blazing Duet used up onto Afraid. Nothing comes out of this fight just yet. Will back off. Kyle that battle mirror image, but as we speak, there is the engage coming from the Yuzong dragon form. That beautiful dragon tail. Take the kill onto Kyle and will be taken down by Duba. This right now mission collect every single kill from Rntx. 3 kills for the side of NOC. All of them in the hands of Duba.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. That was okay. Look at that. Duba is gonna get ejected, but it's not gonna actually lead to any kills for the side of Team Rntx. But one thing that I want to mention is the fact that both Kyle and also Aaron both got taken out. Look at that. We've got the Yogi Shadow kill. He's gonna find his way not to get the kill, but to escape from that whole ordeal. Look at that. Alice is trying to find his way to actually find the kill on Witch, but Witch is a little too smart. Look at that though. We've got Hilda, Duba jumping in, getting the kill on Witch inside enemy territory. No hesitation whatsoever from this dude. He's absolutely relentless. He is fearless, and I think there's going to be a possible turtle secure from the side of Team Noctura.
Nah, at this point, I would not be surprised if Duba is the one who's gonna get the first legendary of the series. The way he's been playing so far, with that KDA 4, 2, and 0 in his favor. First roamer who's not gonna be assisting any of his allies, getting kills for himself. Speaking of that turtle, Serard Moon is gonna pick up that second turret for himself. Both the turtles so far in favor of NOC, as Joseph on the top side tries a sneaky kill. It's not gonna happen. The protected for now. Moon will have enough last him throughout this series of farming.
True, man. And look at that. Duba got himself the anti-cuirass just to make sure the enemy's damage is not going to actually keep him in his toes. He's going to make sure he can actually take all the damage and deal even more. Look at that. He's stacking up on the jawhead. And I think right now, Aaron is actually going to use the big black dragon for him, but it's not going to stop Afraid to be, taken out. Kyle's going to find the kill on that one. And we've got one more. He's going to be taken out. It's going to be Aaron getting taken out. But look at that. Sarar Moon in the enemy side of the map was taken out by none other than Witch.
And Kyle right now showing off his flair. That was a perfect sidestep onto that Black Dragon. And Aaron completely got duped out for it. With that, the scoreboard has completely shifted the tempo with 6 kills in favor of Noctura right now. Both the turtles with Faden and Serard eating up one for themselves. Afraid they're looking for a set.
Oh, look at that.
Up the ejector. There is Mirio with the jump, which uses the ultimate. Not gonna be enough. Dupa just too hot to handle, a little tanky to take down. With that, it's been 6 minutes in, scoreboard in favor of Noctura. No turrets fallen on either side just yet.
Oh man, I think right now Duba feels like Salt Bay, you know that meme, right? Where he's just dropping salt. I feel like that's what he feels like. Look at that. He's doing so much damage to Afraid, making sure that he knows what he's supposed to be afraid of. Third turtle in the match coming up, and I think Sarar Moon has the advantage. I believe that even though Joseph, is still on the same level as him, with the way that Team Noctura are playing, I think Rntx really have a hard time even taking any single team fight. Look at that. Their positioning is absolutely crucial. Joseph being being spotted out. Hilda, Duba making sure he's running for his life, dude. He's absolutely afraid of engaging against that Hilda. She is super tanky, especially with that anti-cuirass. Baits out 4 of them, and he's gonna make sure the enemies are distracted while his team gets the turtle. But look at that, the quad shadow being placed up. I believe that there's gonna be a possible steal, but the RWM and Sarar Moon's retribution secures the lower turtle, and we've got right now Sarar Moon getting the kill. Okay, look at that, he's getting a double kill. Aaron getting taken out by Sarar Moon, and Kyle finding a way to get the kill on Afraid. Dude, this is absolutely critical. If they actually end up losing any more team fights, they might lose up on more objectives, and it's not going to look good for them.
And right now, it's not looking good for the side of Rntx. They need to pick up the tempo and they need to do it quick. Because, now Kyle has got his corrosion Demon Hunter sword, and he's gonna be edging himself towards that, Trinity. I have to phrase that better the next time I speak out. That was not the way to phrase it. But yep,
It's
Serar
totally
Moon.
fine.
Looking at the itemization right now, the War Axe being picked up by Serar Moon might be moving in for a brute force right now. Looking at the other side, Alice going in for standard, but the Menace has picked up his 90. Going in for that Dom Ice to round out his build and get those anti-heals before the side of Rntx gets a little too hot to handle. Surprising, that is a lot of damage built from the side of Rntx, because Jawhead has built a Blade of Hepta. That's his first item. So
I
that's
mean,
a Blade of Hepta first item on the Jawhead with the focusing mark.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that he's trying to go for what Hilda is doing. I think Afraid is trying to pull up one of those Natalia plays. I don't believe it's actually working for him though. It's kind of sad to see. But I feel like Hepsees is going to actually do enough damage to take out one target at least. But it's going to shine in the later stages of the game, because as of right now, there is no shining on that Blade of Hepsees. I'm not even afraid. Nobody's afraid of him. And I think the engage and invade in the enemy side of the map is going to be crucial here. But Hayabusa securing it.
Joseph.
Yogi Shadow forces out the ultimate from the Alice, but look at that, he's gonna force out the flicker too, and look at that beautiful blazing duet. But Mirio is gonna get caught. He's not gonna actually have an escape route from 4 people in his face, and I think the big black dragon is gonna decide on walking back. He's not gonna actually engage on this one. Look at that, he's not gonna actually find a way to disrupt the enemies. But look, it's gonna be Sarar Moon escaping in with a puncture.
no.
So it's like, hell no, you're not escaping. No, he just takes him out. Look at that though, we've got Duba trying to find a way to get the kill on enemies, but look, it's going to be Ejector and also the ultimate, the unstoppable force. But again, Hilda's too tanky. Duba is absolutely just taunting them at this point. Alice too is pretty tanky, but look at that, the Ogi Shadow kill is going to find a way to make sure Haruka is going to be taken out. Look at that, the ultimate from the Kimmy does not actually lead to any more kills, but I believe that the side of Team Rntx might just turn it around. Sarar Moon spawned in just now, so I think they actually want to keep themselves safe. They don't want to actually just risk it and give the lore to the enemies. I think Baldu right now, it's going to be a little too tricky for Rntx to make a comeback in this stage of the game.
Oh, okay. He's actually gone for that Radiant rather than completing the Dom Ice. He respects the damage that Witch is putting onto the table, but so far that's been the only damage he has to watch out for. He's afraid, despite having that Hepta on him, is just not doing enough really, warrant that much caution in terms of build. And I think so far Haruka doing a great job, just constantly opening a lot of vision for the team. And the Lord being taken down very low. Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be Kyle with the retribution. Gauge, Black Dragon form, the battle mirror image with that blaze wet completely before Witch gets a shot. Double kill onto Duba, Serar Moon, the Millie gonna be taken down, and finally aren't showing some in this fight. Lose out the Lord, but they bite back with the 2-for-2 trade.
I believe that it's not actually looking good for the side of Team Rntx, but they are well known for being good on the defensive end of things. They know how to actually keep the high ground safe and, use that to their advantage, especially in the 11-minute mark. The Lord's not going to actually connect and do a significant amount of damage to the tier 3s. So it's safe to assume that Team Rntx still have a fighting chance, but it's looking pretty grim. The situation is looking pretty dire for the side of Team Rntx. They are losing up on most most of the objectives that they actually engage in, and I don't think it's actually possible. But oh, look at that! We've got Joseph getting shut down on Kyle in the mid side, and I think that off-camera kill was absolutely necessary, especially with Kyle having the Demon Hunter sword, the Trinity. I think it's actually kind of important to keep him under check, under wraps. So I think it's actually a good idea for him to actually be the one person there to actually make sure he finds a kill here and there while his team is defending the Lord and everything else. I think it's actually a good strategy, but it's only 1 second away from Joseph getting caught by a few CCs and being taken out. Look at that Duba. He's trying to actually make an impact, but I think the big black dragon is keeping his team away from him. And I think Duba is going to be forced to, retreat. Look at that. The immortality on him is going to keep him alive, but the immortality being popped off. Joseph low in HP. He's going to be forced back. Look at the big black dragon finding his way on at 3 enemies, and he's taking up a lot of damage, but he's healing up even more. Shot residue keeping alive, but Haruka making sure Aaron is absolutely, shut down there. He's not going to actually have that much, he's not going to have more fun. Look at that, though. Mirio coming in from the backside, but he's not going to, out damage Haruka, obviously, on that, Alice. Look at that, though. We've got right now Sarar Moon trying to do some damage on the Witch, but he's able to escape. And that jetpack is going to keep, Witch alive for a bit longer. Alice, he's trying to find his way to get the kill on Afraid, but Afraid's going to use the concealed roam and run away. He's not going to be taken out this time.
And with that being said, so far, Joseph did manage to hit that level 15 before Sararmun did. Despite the disadvantage that they're facing in terms of objectives, Joseph is having a much better experience in terms of how active he is in that jungle. Along, you can see in terms of level ranking, finally Sararmun did catch up, still not far behind. All the way at the very end, it's a
look at that,
level
though.
11 in the fight. Shadow, you up, nothing comes of it just yet, and that's a big resource you for that Lord is. That's one way of retribution that you're gonna be having. You're gonna be on another disadvantage of. And look at that, Afraid going in with the unstoppable force. Lord broke down very low. There's the real world manipulation, and who will call the bell for Noctura once again, bailing out first turtle and first Lord. It's always faded. Diving in with the quad shadow, but there is Witch on Haruka. Stoppable. Mist not be denied gold. With that being said, despite losing out the Lord, the tempo completely in favor of Rntx, they're collapsing turret after turret, trying to hold on to this next turret. Gonna happen just yet. Afraid uses up the defensively. Two, he as there is OEG shadow kill, which up the monster kill for himself.
I think RTNX, it seems. Rntx really have a standing chance. They are making sure they can actually defend. They're cutting out most of their most important enemies, and making sure they don't actually make an impact on the game. Look at Duba, though. He's trying to make sure the enemies don't overextend from their, line of defense. They have to make sure they play in the high grounds. They've got to defend, but look at that. With Kyle being, invisible on the map, he's not actually visible. So I believe that it's going to be very, very risky for them to actually just make a play. I think Joseph knows what he's going to actually do. He's trying to scout out for Kyle, make sure that he actually finds an opening, make sure he gets a kill, but Kyle does have the wind of nature. He's going to make sure that he can actually survive that. He did not use it previously. I believe that right now he's going to actually, have it available if at all Joseph pops out of a bush and makes sure, he wants to get a kill. I think it's going to be very, very hard for Kyle to actually not use the wind of nature. So I think it's all going good for the side of Team Noctura. I believe that they do have the advantage still. Rntx, though, they're slowly gaining up. They actually are making a good change here and there in their, strategy. I believe that with the placement of Jawhead, I don't think he's actually going to be alive for too long. There comes the ultimate from the Hilda, but he's going to be used to force the flicker out on him, so he's going to stay alive. But look at that. We've got Hayabusa camping in that bush there. I think it's actually a good idea for him to be a little, invisible here and there, but it's all going good, no?
Yup, and so far the game is finally even. Yuzong does pick up at Yup, I think that's Queen's. Yup, he picks up the Queen Wings for himself, which does hit his level 15. He's a lot more dangerous as we speak. So far, the only significant gold lead has been in favor of Kyle. He has a max 2.2k gold advantage, but Kimmy is trying to do his best and give an edge against Faden. And with the items being spoken up, there's only one Sky Piercer in this game, and it's gonna be in the hands of Kimmy. Sorry, in the hands of the Kimmy, which is Witch, not Kimmy the
Witch.
player, because that is confusing. It's Witch. We're gonna call him Witch because he has earned himself that accolade. To have his IGN called rather than that hero he's playing. Yup, Witch with the Sky Piercer, 6 kills in his name, and that Kyle is absolutely shredding that Lord down. Members of Rntx circling around. MOBA over there trying to zone away, afraid, but the fight is at the Lord. It's
no.
For his team. It's another kill on Aaron. Again, not be leaving a mark in this game. Faden will get call on Mirio. Members down from the side. And King like money for Noctura. Taking down 2. God the Lord. All they need to do, hold on and
Look at that.
the win.
Winter Crown. That's going to be a forced Winter Crown and 1 death for the side of team Noctura Esports. They are going to lose up on Faden. That beautiful mid laner who was absolutely carrying most team fights. They were securing the Lord with his help. Obviously, he was doing so much for his team, but he's going to be taken out. Look at that, though. We've got Claude using up that Wind of Nature. He's going to stay alive for a bit longer, but look at the Blazing Duet. It's coming in handy, but it's going to stay... Oh, it's not going to actually keep him alive for too long. I think Which wants to kill. He will find the kill. He'll use the Flicker, get the Godlike. He'll get the double kill. He'll get the triple kill, making sure Haruka knows his place. And I think he's going to get the kill on, too, but I don't think it's actually going to be possible. This guy's too ticky. But the Sky Piercer comes in clutch, making sure he gets a Maniac and absolutely wiping out any hope of winning in this Lord push. I think that Noctura don't really have an opportunity at all to end the game. I think right now Rntx, they have an opportunity to end the game right now, here and now.
Yup, and with that said, it might just be over. Joseph with the Shadow gonna take this game out. With that RNT, with the reverse comeback, they're gonna be securing point 1.
That was absolutely beautiful. Did you notice the way that, obviously Joseph just jumped in with a quad shadow and then just, surprisingly just used the Ogi shadow kill without even flinching for a second. And even though the flicker was used up, I'll be honest with you, that homing missile that we know as the Ogi shadow kill did not leave Yves at all. So Faden was taken out, and that takes out any chances of Noctura securing that push and making sure that Rntx have that vector advantage, making sure they actually take the advantage. In only 6 seconds to 8 seconds, I believe the enemies were spawning back in. I think Noctura could have actually, survived for a bit longer, but with Faden being taken out, no chance, bro.
Yup, and with that being said, I mean, you got all the objectives from the start. NOC was on top in terms of the objectives. They got all the neutral objectives. But in the end, it is just one man who stopped the reign of terror of Noctura. Fight Sararman getting all those lords is gonna be the MVP from Revenant X Arc, which in the mid lane on that Kimmy, being the menace, always has been.
Oh, dude, this guy was an absolute unit on the battlefield here, and I believe that Witch actually deserves that title. He is absolutely crazy. And most of all the mid lane heroes that I've seen, Witch absolutely dominates, and Kimmy is no different. He is crazy on the Kimmy. Was able to get the Maniac without any hesitation, from his team or himself. He was able to actually wipe out the enemies, and with the help of Joseph taking out, Faden, he was able to actually, make that play there to let Rntx get the victory in this match. The first match goes to the side of team Rntx, Revenant Esports. Dude, that was absolutely amazing. Test of patience. They played a gentleman's game. They were able to make sure they played it, pretty smart. They didn't make any unnecessary engages or lose up on most of their, resources unnecessarily. Obviously, they did lose up on a lot of objectives, but does not matter. If the enemies are wiped out, who's going to stop them from pushing and ending the game? That's what we saw. That's what happened just now.
Yup, and looking at the stats, it speaks for itself. All those turrets, all those turtles, all those lords, all in favor of NOC. but they could not close out the game in the end, and that's what matters. You could be getting all those objectives, but the whole point is to get that win. And in the end of the day, it was Rntx Spark who gets home that game one, and it's gonna be, it's gonna just be tough for them to walk out. And looking at the head-to-head, Kyle obviously has had an absolutely amazing game. Looking at versus Joseph versus Sarar, I mean, both of these guys have had a great game, but I feel like Joseph, at the end of it all, was more impactful for his team. He got those skills when required, was not able to land those retributions, but did get that win. And obviously, Faden versus Witch, one guy gets the mid and the Lord and the turtle, but this guy got the maniac, so he got the maniac. So I don't think you can say anything else.
Hey, he actually just led his team to victory there. I believe that Witch, the head of the team, is actually kind of like a reasonable thing to say. I believe that he was the one impactful character in that whole team fight. And look at that, we've got right now Alex versus Phobius. I feel like that disparity is absolutely comical. 8.8 and 3.9. No way, Mirio. You are an absolute unit on the Phobius. What happened?
And looking at the stats, Joseph being the rich guy and the carry, but the sandbag being Hilda on Duba, I mean, it makes perfect sense. This man was all across the map from the very start. The wingman Faden getting all those assists, but it's all for naught. And with that being said, guys, there's only 230 likes on the stream. We need 450 likes for that 5,000 Dias giveaway. So keep sharing that stream and support your favorite teams, because we want you there.
Oh, and also, we've got a good giveaway actually in store if we get 450 likes. Baldu, do you know the specifics of this giveaway?
Well, I think it's pretty straightforward, guys. Share that stream, let more people tune in, drop those likes, and I think you just have to stay in the stream for that giveaway. Obviously, us casters are not allowed to. I mean, I have a bone to pick with the production about that. But yes, it's 5,000 Dias. That's a lot of Dias, man. I mean, I could get the first collector apart from that free Natalia skin. So stay tuned to that, folks. We have another game right now. Rntx has secured match point with the help of Witch and team. So and that's their first point. If they get that next point, that's going to be an uncontested clean sweep, and that's 3 free points for them.
Absolutely. I feel like Rntx, they have the possibility, of getting this clean sweep without much of a problem. But I always could actually just, be the devil's advocate here and say, Noctura Esports, they've got whatever they need to actually win. But against Rntx, do you think they actually stand a chance?
Well, I think Rntx right now has got that tempo for themselves, and this time, if I'm not wrong, this was played in Sarar Moon server. So I think Joseph is going to be a lot more active in terms of the retribution, if I'm not wrong. So maybe we might be seeing a more aggressive rotation that's coming in. And I think the major mistake that popped up was, taking out that rock. They kind of messed up their draft towards the end. I think it was not in the draft. I think it's just the execution at the very last Lord. You had the Lord, you just had to march down mid, collapse a few inhibs, and the game was done. Because you had high ground, you had a marksman, and he with the real world manipulation. But they weren't able to collapse that objective and that advantage into that victory, because you gave 80 stacks to a Sky Piercer King. So
I mean, to be fair, dude, that Kemi is Witch. There's no chance that this dude is gonna sit quiet while the enemies are pushing. And plus, like I always say, IGN, Rntx now, Revenant XE, they are absolutely crazy on the high ground defense. In that inhibitor zone, they are absolutely unstoppable. They know how to defend. They know how to play the gentleman's game. They are absolutely top tier in terms of defense. But again, they have, had their moments where they've lost, but it's all okay. In the end of the day, if you see a match like the previous match, I believe that you will understand what the caliber of these members are. Oh, look at
Yup,
that there.
and with
And
that, speaking of the caliber, there are the bands on stage. This time, Rntx, Rntx Park is going to be having the first pick for themselves, and they have taken out the Yuzong. Despite Aaron not really having the impact we thought he was having, he did get his hero panned out first. So I guess the stats do lie sometimes, as he's the first ban from their side, and they're also going to respond with that Kalia and the CC. On the other end, Noctura with some major Duba trauma, taking out that Grok and the Hilda.
hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's actually kind of wearing to bro. The Hilda is an absolutely scary unit to be dealing with, especially if she's on the roaming position. She is able to run around the map, especially, knowing the fact that she's got a first skill that increases her movement speed and gives her a shield. She is absolutely capable of doing some damage, making a dent into the enemy's farming department. But look at that, we've got the last bans coming in from the side of team Rntx and NOC. We've got the CC and also the Esmeralda. The first pick of the first picking phase is going to be Boxia for the side of team Rntx. I think that's going to be in the jungle position, but I could be wrong.
I mean, the people are flexing Berkshire to nearly every single lane at this point. I've seen him in the mid, I've seen him in the roam, in the jungle, and the EXP. The only place that's safe from a Berkshire at this point is the gold lane, but I've seen him roll his way down there too. So, yeah, very flexible pick the Berkshire is for the side of Rntx, and I think they like doing that. They like keeping their options open. So the Kimi is still open this time. Noctura is still sticking to that Faden, giving Faden that real world manipulation. He was absolutely fabulous in that mid lane. His performance was great. And paired with Duba on that Gato, you have a very, very strong front line. Because you could pick up literally anything in that jungle, and you have a pretty stable front three to start the game with, mid three.
See, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like I have a question in the back of my mind, and I want an answer for this. Do you think right now, if at all, a Valentina copies the Box's ultimate, would that, a life bane effect actually affect the enemies walking on Valentina's Boxia ultimate? Do you think it's actually possible, or is it just passive application only for Boxia?
No, I think it does work because the it also picks up the passive, because that's how when you copy the Yuzong's ultimate, you also get the Shah residue heals. So the
Oh yeah.
passive does get copied, but at the same time, I don't think it's worth doing so, simply because of the fact that you'll have to get up close and personal to actually apply that anti-heal onto the opponents. And Bakshia's passive does give him flat damage reduction, but that works because he has a shit ton of HP. But it's not gonna work if you pick it up on the Valentina, because unless you're going in for like 3 Guardian helmets, the mage is gonna find themselves exposed to a respawn sooner than they would like. And yup, look at
I
that.
mean, hey,
There
it's
is
not worth
the
talking
draft stats. I mean, the picks are getting stolen away from each other. A lot of those picks taken out, banned. There have been a change in the draft so far. Maybe we might be seeing the re-emergence of the Khalid, considering this man is still open.
It's possible. I feel that Khalid is still viable in most case scenarios. I believe that he's still good, still top tier, especially in the roaming department. But again, do you really want to take the Khalid against the Lunux Boxia? I think it's not actually a good idea. But maybe Team RNTX could pick that up. I believe that's going to work out, especially against Faden. The Yeve is going to be a standing chicken there for Khalid to just jump in and take a kill. But no, Khalid is going to be banned off, and now we've got the second ban, like first ban on the second banning phase from the side of Team RNTX. It's going to be Granger. Surprisingly, I feel like Granger is kind of like underwhelming right now.
Yeah, I feel like, especially in this shift in the patch, Granger's like a hit or miss. Either he works a little too well, or he is absolutely pointless in that pick. And one thing to note, Crucifix, is the fact that while Haruka has locked down on that Uranus, there is no guarantee that's a EXP or a gold lane Uranus, because in the previous series, we have seen Ryu actually use that Uranus in the jungle with with the retribution, like the whole works. So there is scope for unorthodox picks. And even with that Alice, the Alice can also go into the jungle now. It can also go into that mid lane. It can also flex into the side lane. So with that Lunox, Rntx right now being a coach's nightmare, the opponent draft coach's nightmare with the way he is, with the way the kind of picks they're going with. And looking at the bans, I think that Xborg ban works out for both teams because he would work against literally every single hero in this opponent right now, like
But
on both lineups.
you're missing out, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. If that Lunux is actually there, I think that team NOC and Noctura will actually struggle, especially the Gata Gacha. He might be physically tanky, but he's not gonna actually take up a lot of magic damages unless, of course, he's got the Athena shield. But hey, I could be wrong. But again, we've got the final picks from the side of Team Rntx, the Claude, the Hylos. Why the Hylos though?
Well, we have to look at the fact that it is the broken walls. So, Hylos
Oh.
with that glorious pathway is gonna be a little harder to deal with. The rings of punishment are gonna be a little more unforgiving. That movement speed debuff paired up with an Alice chasing you down is gonna be a lot more annoying. So, it does make sense, but at the same time, by picking up that Hylos, it's kind of established that it's gonna be a Hylos in the roam with Baksha in the EXP lane and a jungle Alice, or it's going to be an Alice EXP and a jungle Baxia. I mean,
It
it's
could
one
be.
of those two, but it's most likely a Baxia in the jungle. And
But
Suyo
hey,
on
look at
the
the
other
two.
end.
Look at the other side, Northern Jungle. Dude, Suyu, I haven't seen this guy in ages, bro.
Yup, it's been a while since you've seen the Suyo, and I really like the draft on both ends, but I feel that RNTX has a little more options in terms of their engages and disengages, especially looking at the broken walls. It's going to be a lot harder for them to kind of handle the heat, like NOC to handle the heat, because in terms of engages you have very fixed high cooldown skills. You have the Zaman Force, you have the RWM, and the Avatar of the Guardian. So those are three cooldown heavy skills, and you don't have
Wait,
much
what do you
scope
mean?
for re-engage.
What do you mean? Zaman Force literally has like what 18 seconds cooldown. I feel like a Man Force is not a cooldown heavy spell, bro. It's
Yeah,
definitely not.
fair. Like, but I'm talking about
It's
in the early game, like in these first six,
true.
7 minutes,
Yeah.
because the game kind of ends. We kind of get a result within the first 10 minutes of the game, but especially in these current patches. So I feel like NOC is a little more hit or miss with their engages, so they have to be a little more clinical with the way they go in for these fights. Where on the other side, RNTX has scope for re-engage, but they need to scale well. Because if NOC gets that early game advantage, I think RNTX is looking in for a very, very painful mid game experience for them.
Absolutely, bro. But look at that. We are in the land of dawn for the Mythic Showdown. And it's the round robin stage. I'm going to be honest with you, Baldu. I feel like RNTX is just going to have a clean sweep with no pressure from the side of Team NOC. Especially in, obviously, Joseph server. I feel like they have the advantage. They have everything rolling on their side.
Yup, and the game has begun. This is game 2 of match 3 between these two giants in Mythic Showdown Season 2. This is the League Stage 1, Day 1, and match point has been secured by RNTX, folks. So we have, if RNTX will get that win, you guys have only another half an hour before we will not get to have the giveaway for today. 450 likes is what we need on the stream. And Crucifix, walk us through the emblems.
I feel like right now there's nothing too, oppressive. I feel like everyone's just picked up the most, suitable emblems for themselves. We've got Harriet with a mage emblem, cooldown reduction. I feel like that's the most suitable for Harriet players. Claude with a basic combat emblem, allowing him to have the mana regeneration. That will keep him a lot in his lane for quite some time, and also the HP regeneration. I feel like that's actually very important. One thing that I want to actually think about is the fact that Lunux has herself the mage emblem. I feel like the assassin emblem gives her more penetration, and also Festival of Blood and everything will keep her alive for longer. But look at that, we've got right now an engage in the mid side. We've got the revitalize, keeping Hylos alive. Afraid is afraid now. He's gonna go back, but look at that. We've got the first blood going to the side of Team Rntx. Joseph finding his way to get the kill on Duba, who overextended, I believe, but it's actually kind of like okay. But again, RNTX have the opening to take the turtle down. The first turtle of the match might just go to RNTX without any competition from the side of Team NOC.
Yup, and with that, that is a very comfortable first turtle coming up side of RNTX. That's the last thing you want to do. Give a team that benefits off heavy scaling the start they need. And I think it was a little unfortunate that kill on Afraid. I mean, it should have been a kill. He left with like less than 30 HP. So I think that's just bad luck. And I think that's a very tilting moment for the other side because they committed a lot expecting a trade back and they did not get it. So it should have
True.
been a roamer for a roamer, but Duba was the only one to fall. And with that being
Well,
said, folks, we will be heading into a technical pause to troubleshoot some issues.
there is no technical issues per se, but one thing that I want to talk about is the fact that Alice there in that loading screen here, dude, absolutely beautiful, dude. The way that Moonton has reworked and or reimagined Alice as a hero, crazy. I remember the time when Alice actually had like blue hair. It was like long ago, and now
Yup.
Alice finally gets what she deserves. And I'm not gonna go forward with this one, dude. I
To
just
not,
I
to
just
not.
came
Yep,
in my
yep. I
mind.
was just like, how long before Crucifix will hesitate? And he finally has. And
I was just
looking
trying to
at
keep
this,
the I was
yeah,
just trying to keep the
well, and looking
conversation.
at the situation now, you have a very high HP based lineup that RNTX is running, and they've also stolen away some of the only counters that can legitimately reach out and kind of hold them down. Like the Claude has been picked up by themselves. They have banned out that Borg. So the only thing left is Faden on that Eve. So do you think Faden alone on that Eve is going to be enough? And does that Suyo actually make sense in that draft?
See, look, the second skill of Tsuyu allows him to do HP based damage based on the missing HP. I feel like it could be a good execution tool, but that's about it. You can engage with the stun. You can actually do a bit of damage, chip damage, basically with that hold second skill. But other than that, you're just I don't know scratching the enemies. It's like a cat trying to scratch something. It's just basically that. You're not looking at Suyu making very impactful trades, but you could expect Suyu to jump in, maybe get a turtle secured, or maybe a lord. But this guy does not have anyone that can actually lock him down for a long period of time. So, and he has a first, immunity on the first skill, the press first skill, not the hold first skill. So I think he could weave in and out of fights. He could just, waltz his way in and just walk out without, taking major damage or anything. I feel like that's a good possibility. But again, RNTX really have a heavy lineup. They are capable of soaking up a lot of damage, especially from the side of Team NOC. We just saw that in the mid lane. I think, Afraid with the Revitalize, it kind of makes sense. But Lunux here is the one I'm actually worried about. Boxia, is going to be a natural counter to Uranus. Lunux, though, is going to make sure, they're going to be shredded down before they have a chance to think about what they want to do next. I feel like Lunux here is going to be the, playmaker. I feel like that's going to be the most, viable outcome here.
Yep, and that's the whole scene that I'm really confused about. Like, what was Noctura thinking while they were, drafting this comp? Because, Suyo, like you said, weaving in and out of fights would make sense. But this is the broken wall comp. So there's not much weaving across map that you're actually doing because the
True.
Bakshia can just walk behind you. So I would rather actually see the Julian. I mean, I would rather take the Julian. You could bait out a few more skills. You could be a little more annoying in terms of your lineup. But yeah, in fact, even the Joy
Oh,
would make sense. But on the top side, what's happening over there? Okay, a lot of damage being put onto Aaron right now. The Claude poked down, but he is not going to be, dealing all that damage without trading back a little onto Kyle. Both the gold laners right now have been stopped in their marks, but there is a engage coming in. Joseph using up the tortoise puissance, the ultimate being used up before that turtle, which is spawning in the next 10 seconds. Okay, in the mid, another engage. Duba Q can use AOG in time. Yes, he does. The defensive AOG will keep the life of Duba alive for some time as he goes back to base to get a little off that HP for himself. And with that being said, folks, there is the second turtle that's up. The first taken away by Joseph, and this time Serar Moon and team will be looking for securing this objective for themselves. But not for long, as there is a real world manipulation being used up. Serar Moon will be securing good on that promise, gets the retribution. There's the Zaman force. This time, the Mirio forced to back off, but the chase is still going on. Haruka going in. The Uranus will get the kill onto his natural counter, which will fall. And this fight will finally come to an end.
I feel like that team fight just ended pretty bad. I feel the way that Joseph decided on taking the blue buff to actually increase his level before the turtle fight, absolutely unnecessary, especially with his team just being there ready for the turtle. I felt like that was the best course of action. Just take the turtle. Joseph just threw that fight. I don't know why, but look at that. We've got the blazing duet and this man force on the top side, and I think Kyle is taking a little too much damage for his own his own good. I just realized Claude had his mana removed.
Yup,
How was
and
I so silly? It happened so long ago and I forgot about it.
Yeah, man. I mean, it does make sense. I'm kind of happy that is the case because I'm not forced to make an endless battle or damn domice on half of these heroes anymore, or go in for those mana regen issues. Oh, speaking
Look
of
at
a
that.
regen, there is the immobilized being used, a heavy AOG. There's a defensive, glorious pathway being used up, but it's not enough. The Zaman force from Kyle is too much to handle. Faden inside with Kyle get 2 kills. Afraid and which will fall. The mid duo will be sent back to the base against their wishes as Haruka trying to put down a little damage on that mid turret. Not much really happening yet, and it looks like NOC picking up the tempo for that Lord that's going to be spawning. I think it's the turtle that's going to spawn. They're not going to delay and go for the Lord. They're just going to go and clean up this third turtle for themselves.
I mean, it is a 1 minute 30 second wait for the lure to spawn in. I feel like it's better to just take the turtle. So the second turtle that team Noctura is actually going to secure is going to be the third turtle of the match. They are going to secure everything other than the first turtle. Obviously, team Rntx really have to switch up their game style. They need to make sure they are playing a little more aggressive, especially with their composition right now. They've got a lot of tankiness. They've got a lot of damage, and they've got Kyle, Aaron to deal with Kyle. I believe Kyle though he's going to be a big threat. I completely agree with you. Harrieth with that first item, the Calamity Reaper, I feel like that's going to be a big threat for the side of Team RNTX. But look at that, he's not being stopped. Nobody's interested in taking him down. Everyone's on the top side of the map, making sure they actually secure one tower for one. And I think with the way that things are going in the mid side, we're going to see a big fight. But Joseph is the only one taking a ton of damage. He's going to be locked in with that RWM, but that beautiful, shield unity is going. Oh, look at that, the ultimate from the Alice, securing a kill for Witch, making sure Sarar Moon's taken out. Kyle is going to be taken out too by Afraid. Surprisingly, I did not believe he had enough damage, but look at that. Witch finds a way to get a double kill. He's going to find his way to make sure Duba is going to go back to the base, and that's going to be a free push in the mid lane, and that's also probably going to lead to another, a push in the bot side. Yeah, it's most likely.
And I think it's the same thing I was talking about. There's only so long that NOC can kind of take fights this quick. So, because at one point, like we're seeing, Rntx is getting a little too tanky to actually take down so quick, and they're spreading their damage across all these people. There's Mario, Afraid, Joseph, Witch, and Aaron, who are surprisingly being a lot, quite annoying to take down because they're healing up pretty well in these fights. And you can't afford to do that because Witch, on the other hand, even if he splits his damage, he's gonna melt these guys down pretty quick because he also has Aaron with him. And that is exactly what we're seeing. Haruka being poked out right now, and NOC losing the tempo that they built for themselves once again.
The score being 5-3, I feel like right now Rntx have the lead going on for them, especially after that previous team fight. They got 2 kills, which was important for their rankings right now. Look at that. We've got Joseph on level 12, and I don't see Sarar Moon having any opportunities, which is going to secure the first lord of the match, and he's also going to get a secured killing spree there by killing Duba, obviously. I think they're going to go for more. Rntx going onto the enemy side of the map, making sure they actually assert enough dominance and allowing themselves to get a free pass on any objective that they want. They actually are trying to push and pressure the enemies, making sure they don't actually, overextend on any opening that they actually leave behind. But look at that. Sarar Moon was looking in for maybe the push on the top side, but he's not going to find a way to get the push going on for him. Kyle, though, he's able to defend the bot lane without much problem. Lord marching in on the top side is going to take at least 20 seconds for it to actually connect to the inhibitor on the enemy's tier 3.
And the goal lead, surprisingly, it is not as much as we expected because we have the goal lead is just 2k, and I think that is a very negligible amount. But the main issue is how annoying these guys are to deal with. But there it is, afraid using up the glorious pathway preemptively. The mid lane turret still holds strong as Witch will collapse the bot side. But the Claude, Aaron has picked up that Trinity for himself, and we can see the results of those as Afraid will get the kill on to Duba, and you've lost that Gutto before the game has even begun, before the Lord has even marched down the top side. The mid turret being cleaned up, the shields have been exposed, and it looks like NOC are finding themselves in a bit of the pickle. They did defend the Lord out though, so I mean it's not all bad news for NOC.
Them, dude, they were able to keep up with obviously the whole last. Their tier 3s are completely open, though. I don't think there's going to be a possible, but look at that, the AOG. He caught 2 people. Look at this, a man fourth, which is going to find a way to get the kill on Duba. He's going to also.
Oh no.
Backside, catching the enemies. But look at Joseph getting this kill on Sarar Moon inside the enemies, tier 3 area. I don't think he's actually taking it lightly. He is taunting the enemies, making them, a little more susceptible to his engages. And I think right now that's actually what's going to happen. Kyle jumping in with his man force trying to get the kill on Joseph, but he's able to use the Boxia shield unity to escape from that whole ordeal. He was, taunting the enemies. So I think right now, Team NOC are practically going to be a little more, aggressive. I feel like that's what's going to happen. They're going to be a little more aggressive than they need to be, and that will be their downfall.
And the damage coming in from that duo, man. Aaron and Witch, just too much to handle. You cannot expect any self-respecting, frontliner to sustain that kind of damage. No matter what Duba does, no matter how many items he's gonna build, he has to build two completely different sets for both of these guys. So
True, man.
it's not a fun experience for either either Haruka or Duba right now. Do I go magic defense? Oh shit, wait, Aaron is melting me. Do I go for physical defense? No, wait, Lunox is hurting right now. And look at that, each hit off the passive, forcing out the AOG defensively, and they haven't even started that Lord. And Duba is sent back to base already. This is not looking good. This is not looking good, and the Lord gets melted down very, very quickly. All the work being done, which is gonna be the one who secures himself that objective. And I feel like Joseph at this point has forgotten that he has the retribution. He's just like, nah, bro, I'm just gonna walk around, take a bunch of damage, and just wait for Aaron and Witch to cook, because he's just focusing on being that role player, trying to absorb a lot of damage for Kyle. Okay, look at that damage. I mean, the only hope for our NOC right now is Kyle right now. Kyle is the only one with the DPS to take down Aaron before he melts the rest of NOC.
True, but I completely agree with you. But one thing that I want to talk about is the fact that Aaron actually does not have enough, burst damage like Kyle does. I think Harriet always has that upper hand in terms of a team fight. I think he's got a lot more burst damage, especially with that first skill. But look at that, the Lord has connected onto the nexus of the enemies. NOC are hurriedly trying to make sure the Lord is out of the picture, and they are able to actually, take down the Lord. They are trying to make sure all the lanes are, completely clear of all minions. They're trying to take away all the pests, make sure they actually, have a standing chance of defending. But look at that. I feel like there's not going to be much of a team fight anymore. NOC deciding on playing it safe, not making any unnecessary mistakes. Haruka, though, I think.
Oh, there is an engage. Haruka getting pucked down very low. Mirio's there with the stun, but he is forced to back off with a defensive flicker. Haruka will back off for now. The damage coming in. There is the revitalize also used up by Duba. Oh, Mirio with the 4-man catch. It might just be over. There's the blazing duet. There is Witch. But no, this looks like it might just turn around. Aaron is the only one left alive along with Witch and Joseph. Mario and Afraid both fall. The turret took too long to fall as Witch. No! He's also taken down. And this is not a good look for either side. Faden and Kyle versus Aaron and Joseph both stay alive. And despite that gorgeous set coming in from Mario, Rntx failed to capitalize.
I mean, hey, it's all a part of the game. I think right now, Team RNTX did have a good opportunity. They lost it, though, with how Kyle was able to cut out all of the damage dealers and also the frontliners, especially, obviously, Mirio and Afraid. Both of them were, taken out pretty quick. They were very prematurely taken out of the team fight. But again, I think NOC are trying to make a comeback. They have started a fight again. They've got the as a man force, but I don't think it's actually a good idea to use that up on Afraid. I think that all the damage he's still alive. He's still not being taken out. I think a lot of resources were wasted, but again, it does not really matter, dude. The Lord spawning in as a man force is going to be coming up pretty soon. NOC still have the opportunity. Oh, but look at that. We've got Haruka getting taken out by. Oh, damn. I didn't notice that. But Aaron taking out Haruka before the team fight even occurs. Oh, they've got the advantage. They've got everything under their pockets. They've got an opportunity to take the Lord, but they've also got an opportunity to push. But Kyle is the biggest threat. I feel like Mirio, even though he can mark up Kyle, I think he needs Aaron to actually follow up with him to make sure Kyle is out of the picture. But again, is he going to stay alive for longer than, obviously, whatever damage that Kyle is going to deal? I don't think so. I think Aaron has to play it safe more than ever.
Yup, and with the situation right now, Witch has also picked up the Holy Crystal for himself, so he's just going to be a lot harder to deal with. On the other end, Kyle does have his glowing. He has his glowing. He has his divine glaive. He's used up that Zaman force, and there you said it. The damage coming in. Afraid using up the defensive Zaman force. Kyle backing off, forced to use up the defensive flicker. Mirio coming in with the engage. Catches on 2, makes it 3. Kyle is out, and this is game over. It's only Sarar, Mun, and Haruka. But can they manage to clear a Lord, hold down a minion? Just the light form of the Lunox, too much to handle. Killing spree. Duba will get the shutdown on Aaron, but it is all for naught. Folks, we have a clean sweep at hand, and this is game for Rntx. Revenant X Spark with the match, with the set, securing a clean sweep for themselves. 3 really beautiful points that they much needed to secure that land slot.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. Haruka being alive for that long, I actually was surprised. Bro was on the verge of death and just pulled up the Uno reverse. He was like, "Nah, dude, I'm not going down. You are." And well, I mean, he didn't really kill anybody, but damn, dude, that guy's a sandbag. But again, Mirio is a bigger sandbag than Haruka, obviously. With how he was engaging, bro, CC Master, I bet that was screaming on the back of the, production side. I think in the game, I think CC Master was all over the screen whenever Mirio jumped into a play. There, he was able to catch 3 minimum at a time.
At the least, 3 was the worst set he gave this game. That's the craziest
I know,
part.
right? Dude, this guy's crazy.
Yeah, and even the 3-man catch that he gave, it was on to Faden and Kyle. So That last set caught out 3, and we could say, like, yeah, bro, that was the worst set you've given this game. But that was the most impactful set because you stopped Kyle from dashing around. And the second you stopped Kyle, Aaron walked in, Witch walked in, cleaned these guys out, and it was game over. That's all. That's all they needed, and that's all she wrote. And speaking of game over, it is Aaron, man. Look at the damage taken and dealt. It looks like he's playing a fighter with those stats right now. 88% team fight participation, an insane stat to speak of, and a well-deserved MVP. Did not get as many kills as he liked because sadly Witch and Joseph both were not willing to share. As we can see, like Witch just not willing to share. Mario surprisingly being the sandbag for the team. He gave up all the kills, being a loyal and contributing EXP laner. We all want a teammate like Mario.
I mean, to be fair, dude, I think Aaron actually deserves that MVP, especially with the fact that he's decided. I did notice that he had the immortality and also, the gold, rose gold meteor. I did notice that, but he had the flicker, he had the winter crown. He could have just jumped in with a battle mirror image and, used the winter crown with his ultimate. He would have just been a standing turret that's dealing damage to everyone around him. I feel like that was missed, but again, I can't really complain. That was a very, very intense last fight there. I absolutely adored it. Rntx taking up 2 victories in a row. NOC, they've lost, but again, they've shown an immense competitive spirit. They're absolutely amazing. Hats off to them.
Yup, and speaking of the stats, it's been a forgettable game for Sarah Armon. I mean, we did speak about it before itself, that Suyo did not make sense. I was not sure what NOC was cooking, but that's not the recipe because that has spelled disaster for them. This is not Ratatouille because Suyo was not the deciding factor for them. And looking at the head-to-head, I mean, you can't really say much about the KD of Kyle because he did deal the damage. I mean, he was the only one dealing damage from their end. He did his job, but it was not enough. You cannot just have one carry against the 2 that Rntx was fielding. They had the Spark, which was Witch, and the Revenant, which was Aaron. Did get the MVP for them. So with this, the head-to-head, I mean, the stats speak for themselves. Witch absolutely dominating in almost every single stat line. The same for Afraid. Duba did deal a little more damage, but he also died a lot more for it. And yup, a very, very convincing clean sweep coming in from the side of Rntx Crucifix. I mean, there's not really much to say. From the start to finish of the series, Rntx has shown that promise. Game 1 was a different situation altogether. It was just purely Witch domination.
I'm surprised that Haruka was the one who took 220,000 damage, dude. How is that possible, dude? He was in every single team fight and taking all the damage that he wanted. He was just being a masochist there and making sure he actually enjoyed it. But again, it's all a matter of what he wanted to do with obviously Uranus. That's literally what you are as Uranus. You're a sandbag. But I still don't understand why the Uranus, dude. No, the Boxia was picked first, and then you've got Noctura just picking up the Uranus on the EXP lane. It's still a very confusing thing for me. I still, completely disagree with that pick. But hey, whatever is whatever.
Yep, I mean, what's done is done. And what is done is 3 points for Crux, Requiem, and Rntx. Currently sitting at the top of this very elite set of teams, in this Swiss stage. Closely followed by Sacred Shrine and Yama with 2 and 1. And at the very bottom is DS and Noctura, 2 teams we did not expect to be in this situation. I mean, if we spoke about this a day before, I think the first one to hit me would be myself if I kind of predicted the table like this. But yeah, that is the situation. And I think one thing both these sides, DS and Noctura, have to look into is their draft. I mean, both the matches that I've seen and this one which we have casted for, I think both teams really need to switch up something in their drafting quick, because that game two was
Correct.
just it was a tragedy.
It was horrendous, bro. Game one, I think it was passable. You could pass it along as every other, tournament match. I think is actually valid with with the picks that they had. The game two, dude, it just went over my head. Why? Why would you make so many? I myself do know that some things are impossible to actually, deal with, and Uranus against a Boxian. It did not work out. And Kyle,
Yep.
dude, look. One more thing that I want to talk about is the fact that they could have picked a carry if they wanted to, burst down maybe Alice or
Yeah.
they could have taken that. But I do admit Kyle did a lot of carrying there. He did a lot of damage. But again, there
You
are
just
things
can't
that
you can't leave it all to him.
yeah, bro was doing. He was taking his own sweet time, trying to do enough damage to Afraid, who was always able to run away. I don't know what Kyle was thinking, but hey, if you actually are listening in on this, Kyle, do not attack the tank. If you're actually a Harrieth, dude, attack the enemy, mage, marksman, much better. It's
Yeah, maybe you're
simpler to
wishing
take
Lantern
down.
would help. But I think at this point, if we speak any more, I feel that people will think we hate Noctura, but that's not the case.
They did. Hey, hands
Yup,
off, hands off.
I love Kyle's gameplay, man. Amazing. But with that said, folks, this is the end of the day, and it is finally heading pretty late into the night. So I'm will also be heading to a nap soon. And this was once again Mythic Showdown Season 2. And viewers, you have disappointed us by not letting us hit that 450 likes, mark. So we will disappoint you with the giveaway on another day. So stay tuned to future streams. We will be streaming on every single day. And yup, stay tuned to the stream, stay active, and keep sharing. This is Ball to Do along with Crucifix, and we are signing off.
Hey, don't forget to join Discord. Peace.